Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority, thanks.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. And
Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done on other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Hope you had a great weekend. We certainly did. Braves take 2 of 3 against the Nats. It's always good to win series. And here we are, guys, finding ourselves, wait for it, 9.5 games in front of the Mets. It's a 10-game lead right now, and we are not even to the month of July. And, Mike, the Marlins are right behind us at 3.5 games after the weekend, but we remain in first place. And, man, I got to tell you, I mean, every time you think this team is down and out or they're not going to find a way to get it done, they just show up, and it's somebody different every single day.
Yeah, I don't know that we are winning without having really, to be honest, sometimes not the best pitching efforts. We'll talk about how Bryce Elder's afternoon went yesterday. That was the only loss in this recent homestand. Snapped the 7-game win streak, but a really good job from A.J. Shawver. We talked about the other dudes that are stepping up. Looks like maybe, hopefully Olsen's coming out of it because he had a big fly yesterday, but he's been struggling. Harris kind of got off the slide, but to your point, to not have 2 of your starting pitchers, to go through some of these massive slumps. Remember, Austin Riley went through a huge slump to start the season, and to find yourself in first. Now, we do have one of these disjointed kind of road trips, 3 games to Detroit because everybody's playing everybody. But the rubber really kind of hits the road, Carl, when you see the Marlins. The Marlins will be here around the 4th of July weekend. And that's going to be interesting to see how these young guys handle the pressure because right now they're playing with house money.
Here's the crazy thing about this division. We own the East. Listen, if you don't have haters, you're not popping. And right now, the Braves have a lot of haters. Mets fans hate us. Marlins fans hate us. We've been beating up on them for years, right? Philly thought that they got the best of us in the playoffs last year. They're struggling. We still lead them. And right now, Mike, it's like we can't do any wrong, and everybody else is struggling to try to catch up. Our general manager has made all the right moves. Our manager has made all the right moves. If you don't have haters, you're not popping. And right now, the Braves are in first place once again. And, Mike, we may be looking at, again, I'm not going to jinx this thing. We may be looking at another division title, our 6th straight.
I just want to get those 94.5 wins. Then we can win the division, too. But, no, this team just looks like a team which can handle adversity. You could say that maybe the Mets don't know how to do that. The Mets have lost Alonso for a little bit, and they're really reeling. And then, again, Carl, you still have the idea that maybe, and we'll talk more about this in depth today, do we maybe need to go get more pitching, starting pitching perhaps, because, we've had some outings where guys getting roughed up. The good news is, for the most part in that 7-game win streak, the bats were just on fire and bailed you out.
Well, let me say this about the pitching, Mike. When we get to the trade deadline, right, and if Alex Anthopoulos pulls the trigger on something before then, great. But just know this. The way this season is shaking out, guys, there are going to be tons of teams looking to upgrade their pitching because it's what everybody needs when you're making a run towards the postseason. Now, whether that's bullpen help or, Mike, whether that is starting pitching, when you just look at the teams right now that are in contention, and we happen to be one of them, all right? But just go down the list of teams and you say, all right, do we really think we're out of it? Because we're going to get to that point next month, Mike, where teams are going to say, I'm selling. Right. I'm not going to be a buyer. But the Rays, they look so damn good. Are they going to want to add to what they already have, knowing that they're in first place? They aren't running away with it, but all the teams in that division, and we talked with Tony Gwynn about this, the O's, the Yankees, the Blue Jays are all really good. They're all going to try to upgrade. And we're just talking about the American League. The Twins are in a battle for that Central Division with the Guardians and the White Sox, Mike. And then you talked about the Tigers. They're 0 for 9 this month. They're not good. We should win another series. But the fact is at least 3 or 4 of those teams potentially in that division may be looking for upgrades. Then get to the National League. Marlins? What are the Marlins going to – are the Marlins going to spin for the first time?
Well, that's just it. I think their fan base – and that, again, define their fan base. I don't know. I mean, if you made a move, does it matter down there? But they've got a young nucleus, a young core group of guys, and we'll find out where they're going to go with a new general manager, with a team with a new skipper, and, again, same owner, but maybe the philosophy changes a little bit and be interesting. This is a team, remember, like, they're always pesky. They're always kind of sniffing around the wild card, even when they're rebuilding. So we'll see what happens there. But I'm with you. The Phillies, some kind of hangover. They've had to deal with a lot of injuries. But you could argue, aside from losing Rhys Hopkins, the Mets losing their closer, we've had as many injuries as anybody else. You lost two of your best starting pitchers. You lost all those quality starts from Fried and from Wright. You just don't replace that, and you still find a way to be on top and doing all those things we've talked about.
D-backs may want to improve. The Pirates are going to be buyers for the first time in a long time, guys. The Pirates are leading the Central right now over the Brewers and the Reds and the Cubs. So, the Cubs have two pitchers with the top ERAs in the league. Are they going to do something? This is why, Mike, it's going to be very interesting to see what the Braves decide to do and how they help how Alex Anthopoulos helps our club. 404-726-0929. While we're talking about our Braves, guys, and again, I just think everybody's looking up at us right now, and everybody's going, damn, the Braves are there again. How good are they? Is this team better than the last two seasons? And think about this. We lost Freddie. We all lost our minds. We were better. We just lost Dansby. Mike, this team's going to win more games, I think, than they did last year.
RC is leading the National League voting for shortstop. How about that? I mean, again, some of that also with the Braves fans. Remember, vote early, vote often, vote Braves. But no, you've seen this, RC, and the amazing moves that Alex Anthopoulos made. We all said, why isn't Vaughn Grissom coming up? What's going on? And RC has just been amazing. And he comes back from an injury and doesn't miss a beat without having to do the rehab starts. The only guy, if there's a guy right now I'd like to see kind of get it together and get the average up, because the OPS is okay, but it is Matt Olson. Matt Olson strikes out a lot. And that's one thing where I know we didn't miss Freddie, won the division, but I'd like to see Olson kind of catch some fire because he's struggled a lot in the last couple of weeks.
Olson put the Braves ahead with a 2-run homer in the first, 421-foot drive, landed on top of the chop house.
I haven't seen one go that. I couldn't believe it was only 421 feet.
It seems a lot further, doesn't it?
This one is hit high and deep down the right field line. Hello, chop house. Hello, top of the chop house. 2-0.
Yeah.
Now, if that can be the shape of things to come and he can kind of catch a little more fire, that would be nice to see.
I think, Mike, that just the nature of it with Matt Olson, at the end of the season, are we looking up? Does he have 100 RBIs again? Is he at his average? I don't know. But, he's coming along. I don't know if I'm as worried as you are. I get it. We said the same thing about Michael Money Harris, and then it went down the tank, and then he finally found himself.
Well, he's got three RBIs this month. He's batting 194. That's why I'm pointing it out.
Matt Olson. All right, what about Ronald Acuna? Acuna for life. This dude, I love him.
Ronald hammers it. It's another 2-run homer.
So nobody's playing better than us. Nobody's playing better than that guy. And, Mike, now you've got two young starting pitchers. What did you make of the two starts over the weekend? With Sharver, how did you feel about it? Because, again, he went out there. Now, Elder, this is his worst outing since, since forever, it seems like. But what did you think about Sharver?
Sharver looked great. I mean, 5 1/3. I thought the dude certainly had some command, and he didn't give up it wasn't like a messy inning. We had a messy inning, unfortunately, from Elder on Sunday, and I thought also some of that maybe, I'm just so used to guys getting pulled when they get around 85 pitches. I was surprised that he was still pitching at that point. But for whatever, Snicker did not have anybody really loose, and once Yates came in, he just poured gasoline on the fire. That's all she wrote. But Sharver seems like the real deal. Carl, as you could argue, how many times have we seen this with the Braves going all the way back to Andrew? He's too young to know any better. He's not worried about the pressure. He's just doing the job.
Yeah, and he may be a pleasant surprise for us because we need that. We need that right now with Fried out and the circumstances of our starting pitching. All right, guys, want to hear from you. Find us on social media. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. And, of course, follow us at ATL 929 The Game. You can watch us on Twitch, on YouTube at 929 The Game. So many ways to access the show, guys, and get involved. We got a big show for you. Jason Longshore is going to join us. Good win for Atlanta United. In about 25 minutes, we'll talk to Jason, Mike. But, again, this is something that was needed. And Gonzalo Pineda came on and said, we have to win Saturday.
Yeah, he really did say it on Friday's show. There's a sense of urgency. They had a bunch of ties or draws, and you just felt like you were kind of backsliding a little bit in the Eastern standings. So this was a nice win. And for one time that I can remember in a long time, we got the VAR call. Got a goal that wasn't disallowed. They went and reviewed it. Gutman's goal was on. So they had some good things happening. Yorgos doing his thing. I guess, you could say Araujo, we're not going to see him out there. But he's got one more game he could potentially start in. I think that ship has sailed because he looked pretty awful the other day. And Guzan. I know that Brad's never going to be confused with one of the more athletic guys at this stage of his career, but he certainly has been doing the job in the tie against LA and the win on Saturday.
Pineda made some tactical changes. We'll talk about that with Jason, and hopefully this starts a nice run. Now, they are off this week, by the way. They will not play. Right. They won't play until next Wednesday. Mike and I will actually be down there at the stadium doing the show, so we'll talk with Jason Longshore coming up. NBA Finals tonight. Is it over?
Yeah, I think it's over. Don't you?
I do. I think Denver, the win in Game 4, when I thought the Heat, Mike, had a chance to really come back. Joker's on the bench, foul trouble. It was almost like everything set up perfectly, and they couldn't take advantage of it. So now you got to go out there, and it's going to be electric tonight. Denver, that franchise has never won. I mean, it's like if we ever get to this point where we're about to win our first NBA championship, it's going to be absolutely insane, but they've never won. And I also just think, Mike, the spread, like tonight, I'm looking at the number, it's 9.
I think Michael Malone, I saw some stuff that was some quotes from him, I guess, to shoot around. Remember when they closed out the Lakers in Game 4?
Yep.
And I think they got the same mindset. Let's not go back to Miami. Let's wrap it up. Yep. Let's not give them – you're giving them life if you do that. So I think you're just going to see the usual stuff, 50 to 55 points combined between the big dogs and the role players who stepped up, as you mentioned, when Joker got in foul trouble the last game. It's neither one of these teams. It's not like a very balanced squad. Miami, as you say, you never know who's going to pop one night or the other. But when you got the two superstars better than one, and I don't know what's up with Butler. He just hasn't passed the eye test. Maybe he got hurt in the Boston series. Something hasn't been the same.
No, I agree. Everybody's talking about, he's averaging like 28 or whatever, but he hasn't had that amazing game.
The pop, the sense call it the vicious style he gets to the basket. I haven't seen that in this series.
All right, guys, we got plenty to get to on a big Monday show. If you don't have haters, you're not popping. And the Braves are popping.
I believe Vince Dooley once said that.
I think he did. We're coming back. Headlines next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. One of the reasons the Braves have been so good is there's great chemistry. And I know many of you don't believe that translates to dubs, but it does. And when you have talent and you have chemistry, Mike, and you have a great manager who understands his personnel, you add all of those things together, and now the mixing and matching, and it doesn't matter who's out there, or, who's starting, and guys are playing for each other, and you see it. You see the camaraderie when these guys do something, whether it's a game-winning hit, whether it's a big clutch moment, and I think a lot of this has to do with the makeup of this Braves team. That's what's so incredible for me, guys, as we talk about the Braves being in first place. We are 16 games above 500 right now. 16. It's right. June. So, Mike, the thing is, I look at this team and I think about the two incredible leaders you lost. There's no debating it. Freddie was Freddie. Dansby was Dansby. But it hasn't hurt this team whatsoever because the camaraderie is as good as it was, and it may be even better than what it was when they were here.
Right. And I know that we talked so much about that, the chemistry, the leadership thing, and I just felt that, it's some things that writers and media folks get into, and it's sometimes you feel that, there's teams that have had that thing go away and they never replaced it. Sometimes there's big personalities which bring everybody together. I think it's Ozzy's team. I think Ozzy Albies is one of those guys on this team. I think there's kind of a sum of its parts. I think Austin Riley, he's a quiet guy. He's kind of like how Chipper was back in the day. He's never going to be an in-your-face dude, but he kind of does his job, and they rally around him. Pudge, the catchers, even though, let's be honest, Little D's not an everyday guy. He's one of those dudes. But this team has just got everything cooking. We already talked about it. To lose the starting pitching, there's not many teams that could lose that kind of production. Your number one and your number two starters and still be in first place, and all you did was bring up guys with no major league experience, and they're doing the job.
404-726-0929. Just can't say enough about it. You guys are more than welcome to hit us up and let us know. Turtle, let's put a poll up. I want to know what people think the success, why we're having this success. Is it Ronald Acuna? Is it the chemistry of this team? Is it Snit? What do you guys think? How we're just rolling right now, and this feels like we're going to roll right past into the playoffs. I don't know what happens in the playoffs. Last year, I thought we were going to be able to do something, a little bit more. A guy just hit me up, one of our listeners, and said, hey, the Phillies are coming, man. I mean, I would love to tell you that's fine and dandy, but the fact of the matter is right now, it's the Braves. The Braves are in first place. And he said, listen, there's a lot to think about when the Phillies, Bryce Harper hasn't played, 30 games and this, that, and the other.
Right.
We all have issues. Every team has issues that they're trying to work through, Mike. So I don't want to make excuses for the Phillies, but if they go on a run, great. But they're still going to have to catch us at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. And they've had to deal with their own injuries again. They had to replace Rhys Hopkins. The Mets lose their closer. Everybody in this division's got to deal with something. And by the way, we think we have an idea. We don't really know Winfried and Ryder coming back, if we're honest. But Alex Anthopoulos has always shown the ability to make the right moves at the trade deadline. I mentioned to Carl, the only guy, and he had the big home run yesterday that we thought it was a tape measure shot. It was darn impressive, but it looked like it was going to bounce out of the stadium. But if Olsen could just get on a tear, he's the only guy right now. It's kind of reminds you a little bit what Austin Riley was kind of going through earlier in the year.
All right, guys, plenty more to get to. Jason Longshore is on the way here in less than 15 minutes. Behind the glass, our man Big Bo. He is our engineer. Turtle is our executive producer. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
So you win Friday 3-2. Smith-Sharver, 5 1/3 innings, 3 runs. 2 were unearned, by the way. Right. So, he was doing his job, and then Arcia drives in the big go-ahead run. Saturday, another dub. 6-4. Acuna and Ozuna go deep. You guys still want to trade Ozuna? I'm just asking.
Hey, look, the guy, he made a lot of stupid, boneheaded stuff. I said the other day on Twitter, you know what? Yeah, he's a knucklehead, but he's our knucklehead, and he comes in pretty freaking handy, doesn't he?
He does, man. Big game for those two guys. Ronald, by the way, 28 stolen bases, leads the league. He's going to get to 40, guys. He's going to get to 40. Now, will he get to 40 home runs? I don't know. And then yesterday, Mike, you can't win them all. 6-2, Elder, 5 earned runs. It was his worst start of the season. Austin Riley, though, was talking about this homestand, and that goes back to the Mets games, right? How big it was.
Yeah, no, it was great, especially coming off from, Oakland and then going to Arizona and taking 2 from them and then coming back. And obviously that Mets series was awesome. And taking, 2 from Washington. These are big league clubs, so anytime you can take a series is always positive.
So Mike said it. Weird little road trip here, right?
Yeah, 3 games against Detroit. Everybody's playing everybody. So we're going to Motown, and I just looked it up. It's Charlie Morton against a guy named Undecided. So we'll see what they're going to come up with.
No, Mike. That means they haven't decided who's pitching.
No, I believe it's an Armenian name. I believe it's Donald Undecided is going to be throwing out. Elder, by the way, 98 pitches. And I'm all for, you know me, I hate pitch counts, and I get it. But I was a little surprised, and Carl and I were just talking off the air, because Yates, it was like a rush job to get him out there. And every time, I got to be honest, the last few times Kirby Yates has come out, his ERA is only 3.52. But he almost looks like dead man walking, like Kirby Yates is going to the executioner or something. His body sometimes looks a little, distressed on the bump.
I would agree. The bullpen is coming through. Rysel is doing his job, mentor, but you are right about Kirby Yates. We'll see what happens.
ERA's 4.91 in his 3 outings this month.
We're just going through some things right now.
I know, Snit. He'll work through it, though. You're doing a great job, by the way, Brian Snicker. Hey, let's talk about Atlanta United. This guy, Yorgos, is something special.
Yes, I am Yorgos.
Robinson now on the right side. He'll go over the top again for Giakoumakis. Miller way off his line and misses Giakoumakis, who shoots, scores! Boom, Giakoumakis! From an incredibly tough angle, Yorgos Giakoumakis with his 10th goal in the year, knocking on the door of the Golden Boot lead. It's 1-0 Atlanta United.
Yeah, DC's keeper. We'll talk about it with Jason. He's a very aggressive guy. Carl, kind of like a hockey goalie that likes to come out of the net. So he comes way out, and Yorgos beats him to the ball, makes one move, and then, as Mike describes on the play-by-play, a very acute angle, and he gets it in there. And then later on, Gutman gets a goal. We got the VAR. That actually worked for us. Usually we get screwed on that situation. And ugly turnover. We still do that, and I know that we'll talk with Jason about that. We got to try to knock that off. I want to say it was Almada with the bad turnover, but Brad was kind of in a no-man's land position. But Brad did make a nice save on a point-blank stop as well.
Yeah, listen, overall, good match, good energy. And the thing that was surprising the most, you asked him this question on Friday, Gonzalo Pineda, and you said, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with, the situation with Araujo? And he said, I'm figuring it out. And he didn't start. So, Mike, it's one of those things where you go, okay, he's leaving after June 24th. Gonzalo Pineda is already looking ahead to the future and saying, hey, who are the guys that I'm going to be able to count on? And I thought that was a big deal. He could easily run him out there, Mike, and have him play his minutes. But he's making the decision based on the team and what they need right now.
And I like it.
I do too.
But again, he did tell us, if you were at the show on Friday, that we got to snap out of this. And they did. So as you said, 4-draw match streak that gets snapped. And the other side of this is I love the fact that this team, now again, what is a Garth Lagerwey move's going to look? We know what Darren Eales would go to somewhere in South America. What's Lagerwey going to do?
Yeah.
Where are we going to find some more scoring? How are we going to shore up maybe some of the defense, which is a little sketchy, right? That's what I think we could all agree. Bad turnovers, giving up too many goals.
I agree. Let's talk about tonight's NBA Finals. Jimmy Butler will be locked in. He will be focused. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to beat the Denver Nuggets. Here's what he said.
We didn't come this far to stop playing now, no matter what the odds are, the analytics. When we get out there, we just got to compete. We got to win one, and then we got to win another one, and then we got to win another one.
Yeah, see, that's the issue.
He's not lying.
I do agree they could win one, maybe two. I don't know if you're beating the Denver Nuggets 3 times in a row. That's the issue.
Well, with the indecision from your coaching staff is like, who's going to be the guy? Even they don't know who the guy is going to step up. Is it Strus one night? Is it Duncan Robinson? Tyler Hero? Is Hero? I'm holding on for a hero. Is this dude going to go? Because every time he goes to shoot, he goes, ow, ow, ow. So I don't know. I guess they can't tape it at Bernard King and get out there and do his job. But they need that solid production, which Hero would offer them. They haven't had in this series.
Totally agree, guys. We'll see how this plays out. We'll talk more about it coming up as we move along throughout the course of the day, because I think it's over. And by the way, if it is in fact over, then, Mike, we can start focusing on our Hawks in this offseason, because that is what we're kind of waiting on. No moves are made, guys, so the NBA's Finals is done. So if it's over tonight, and we'll see. Again, Mike and I both feel like it might be, but you're going to get the Ja announcement, the Ja Morant, which is the suspension. And then the offseason is going to start, and there are going to be a lot of decisions that have to be made for our Atlanta Hawks.
Over the weekend, there was a website. Chris, jump on real quick, our producer. Somebody was mentioning DeJounte Murray possibly being sold. You're never going to get the return on the investment if you flip him now, as best I can tell, unless you're going to fleece some other team, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of moving him, you're never going to be in a position of strength at this point. Well, let's hold the brakes because we all saw what happened last time some rumors came out. Trade LA.
Right. Well, also, and then Carl and I were talking today. I said, I don't even know who I want to and how I want to rebuild this thing. Because DeAndre Ayton was a guy that you and I were talking about 2 years ago. Yeah. And DeAndre Ayton just looks like a guy who flakes out and disappears in big moments for Phoenix. So I'm not sure where that goes.
Yeah, I know they hired a new coach. I think, Mike, they're going to try to get him on the same page. Listen, Phoenix knows they're better. If they release Chris Paul, which they're going to do, because they're going to owe him like $30 or $40 million at the end of the month, DeAndre Ayton with Durant and Booker, you can build around that. You can get some supplementary pieces and still be competitive in the West and maybe make a championship run. You move on from Ayton, now you're talking about Booker and Durant. I don't know. So they're going to try to get his head right. But if we don't go after him, then who is available? And I keep bringing up Rudy Gobert.
Okay, now Gobert, where he goes, a little bit of
issues flow.
Issues flow. I mean, it seems like there's a bit of a personality conflict. Look, I don't know what was going on in Minnesota other than tempers were flaring. But he did he got sideways in Utah, although this coach, Quinn Snyder, did work with him, so maybe he can dial him in. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah,
I mean, if Gobert wasn't French, I'd say yes. If Gobert wasn't such a pain in the butt, I would say yes.
Oui.
Frenchie. Oh, Lieutenant Steve.
Oui. Yeah, everybody wants to upgrade from like Clint. And I would ask you, who's better, Gobert or Clint?
Gobert's a better piece.
Yeah.
And look, Clint, we have the one. Every time we go down this road, there's the one guy who will light us up with some Clint stats. Clint misses as many bunnies and as many high percentage shots as anybody out there. Okay, but he has been a nice piece. But I do think maybe it's time to turn. Some guys still don't believe in a Kongwu like you and I do.
Yeah, I think he's going to develop. I want to see how he develops under Coach Quinn. We'll see, man. We got a lot more to get to, guys. Jason Longshore is going to join us. Headlines presented by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. We'll talk to the analysts next. They get some time off, but they needed this one desperately, and they got it. It's Dukes and Bell.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Let's talk to our man, Jason Longshore. He is the analyst for Atlanta United. Big win over the weekend. And now you get a little bit of a break. And, Jason, let's start first with, what you saw. I thought the real turning point maybe in this match is VRA went our way, right? I mean, Wolf, the goal, 73rd minute, it looked like it was clean to me. And then I'm curious to know what you saw because Gonzalo Pineda ended up getting a yellow card because of it.
Yeah, I thought the referee had a very thin skin unless some very magic words were said. There's certain words that you don't have to say very many of them to get a yellow card. And I don't know what was said, but it was quick. And it was a questionable call. And I think a referee in that situation, that there's going to be some dispute from the bench of the team that the call went against them. So normally give a little bit of leeway. The complaints were proven correct. And, when we saw the replays in the booth, and I think they looked at both passes in it, the second one was the easy one that it was onside, the pass from Gutman to Wolf. The first one, it was, is he onside? And you could tell pretty well from the replay. I think the VAR did a good job to get involved there. I think the game really turned at the beginning of the second half. And that was where I was worried about Atlanta United because you're coming off of a trip to Los Angeles and a very hard-fought game where you're defending for probably 60 out of the 90 minutes, and you're on your heels, and it takes a lot out of you, and you couldn't field the same lineup on Saturday. You get to halftime at 1-1, and I was like, are the legs going to be there in the second half? You get to a point that you're just physically fatigued. And Andrew Gutman, I thought, really stepped up and kind of gave this team a spark with that early goal in the second half. But his play overall, and it was contagious throughout the group. The subs were great. Obviously, Wolf comes on and gets the goal. Ozzie Alonso comes in. That gives an emotional boost. And to get 4 points in 2 games on both coasts in a matter of 4 days, that's impressive for Atlanta United in these last 2.
I know we talked a lot about some of the disconnect and not why we couldn't finish. And Alonso is one of those injuries I guess maybe we take for granted. So how big will it be to get him back now in the mix?
Well, see, I think he's big on the area that we've talked about a lot. I mean, this team's been scoring goals. That part of the team, they didn't score in L.A. That's the only time they haven't scored. So I think any overreactions to that are just that. But the other side of the team that's been the issue, I think, most of the season has been making plays in the defensive third when the game's on the line. And individual mistakes leading to goals or that, just not throwing your body in front of a shot, throwing your body in front of a cross, those kinds of things that are just down to individually making plays. And that's what's made Ozzie Alonso's career is making plays on the defensive side. So we don't know how long it'll be until he's 90 minutes fit. I mean, it was 14 months before he was able to play. He was injured in D.C. last year. He makes his return against D.C. this year. If he can at least be an option late in games to help, close things down in the midfield and give that side of it, that emergency defending that at times has let the team down. And you can look back to the game in Toronto, the game in Chicago, the game at home against New England. That's 3 draws, 6 points that could have went the other way if those stay as wins. I think Ozzie Alonso is somebody who's going to make some of those games stay as wins in the second half of the season.
Let's talk about Yorgos Giakoumakis, 10 goals, quickest in franchise history. And I'm going back and I was like thinking about the franchise history, and obviously it's Joseph Martinez. And I'm thinking, wow, because I know and watching Joseph how impressive that was. This has been incredible, hasn't it, Jason?
He's an incredible player, and just everything he gives this team. He's such a different player than Joseph. I mean, they're going to get compared because they're in the same club and they wear the same number and they both play that position. They're going to get compared consistently. But the games that they bring to the table are so different. Yorgos is a big guy. He can be that target forward at times that Joseph can't. I mean, Gonzalo Pineda's talked about it. I think it's something that's an interesting factor as you look at the second half. for pretty much the whole run of Atlanta United up until Yorgos Giacomakis walked in the door, you weren't really looking at just putting in traditional crosses. And when I say traditional crosses, it's getting to the end line, putting in a cross, looking for the striker to go up and win it with their head in traffic. Joseph Martinez was pretty good in the air for his size, but he's not as big as Yorgos Giacomakis. He's not going to win some of those aerial duels. Where he thrived was in that cutback cross where you'd get to the end line and hit it low back on the ground across, or sometimes in the air as well, but it was a cutback, not driving across the face of the goal, or that early cross that would bend around the back line and he could run in. Giacomakis can do those as well, but he gives you that, I don't know, simplicity at times where it's hard to break a team down. It's hard to get into the final third. They put numbers behind the ball. The passing lanes are blocked. Okay, go over the passing lanes. Go in the air. Let Yorgos go up and win a header. And he can do that for this team. And once you recalibrate a little bit to the idea of you don't have to always cut back the cross. You don't have to always look for the cross on the ground. You can look for a cross. Just throw it up there and let them go get it. That's going to create more goal-scoring opportunities for him. So I think we're just scratching the surface of what he can do for this team in terms of goal scoring. And that should be a scary thought for the rest of the league.
Yeah, there's a degree of badassery with Yorgos, for lack of a better word. It's our man Jason Longshore, guys, on the WaitForIt.com hotline, talking about them snapping that 4-draw run that they had with United. Hey, we didn't get a chance to talk to you earlier this week. It seemed like the Araujo thing kind of being a lame duck. I don't know if he was banged up last week. Some guys said he looked a little sloppy. Do you think we'll see him? I know you got the international window, and there's one more game I guess he could play, and then he's gone, right?
I think you're going to need him in the Wednesday game where they come back, where you're going to be affected by the international window, and you could be affected in the game at Red Bull Arena as well. That was where it was announced. Those were going to be – that was the line for him. That was the last game, was the one at Red Bull Arena. I think, honestly, he was exhausted after the LA game, and that's why he doesn't come off the bench in this one on Saturday. And the game, you didn't need to go chase it either at that point. You had the lead. It was comfortable. You're thinking defense rather than going to try to get a goal. Look, Luis Araujo is going to get criticized because of his lack of production for what the price tag was, and that's never going to go away, and it shouldn't. But the idea that he hasn't worked hard and sacrificed for this team and played hard, that's thoroughly incorrect. And I know, because you know how narratives go, there's been that, oh, he doesn't want to be here anymore. Well, he's here, and he ran himself into the ground in the home game against New England, and when he subbed out, it was 3-2, and he ran himself into the ground in L.A. Did he score goals or assists like you want him to? No, he didn't, and that's what he's going to be judged on. But he shouldn't be judged on a lack of effort and a lack of desire, because that's always been there for him. There are other players in the same situation that Luis Araujo is in, and I look at Brenner from Cincinnati, who he left. He left a month ago. He's gone. He's not contributing to that team. Now, they're doing well. They don't necessarily need him, but he split. Luis is still working, and I think in that game, especially on Wednesday against NYC, where you're going to be missing a number of guys to international duty, Luis Araujo might be needed one more time for Atlanta United.
International duty? Who's out?
Right now, this is what it looks like. I don't think there's going to be anybody else who's added to the list, and we just don't know who gets back in time for the Wednesday game. Luis Abram is away. He's in Asia. I don't expect him. He plays against Japan the day before. Probably not going to see him for the Wednesday. Thiago Almada, also in Asia, and he will probably play in the game in Indonesia on June 19th. That's expected to be more of a rotated Argentina group. They play Australia on the 15th. Not expecting to see Thiago Almada, but there's a little bit of a window there. Machok Chol, maybe he gets back. He's playing with South Sudan. His last game is on the 18th. Miles Robinson, as they make the CONCACAF Nations League final, the United States men's national team, he'd play on the 18th, but he's in Vegas. That's a little bit easier trip for him. Yorgos Giacomakis is on Euro qualifying duty. He'll be with Greece. They play in France, in Paris on the 19th. That's a quick turn. Johnny Fortune, Derek Etienne are both in pre-Gold Cup camps for Trinidad and Tobago and Haiti, respectively. They might not come back. They might stay with their teams for the Gold Cup, which starts the following weekend. And Miles Robinson, that's a question as well. Does he play in the Gold Cup? He's going to be part of this Nations League squad, The U.S. has said it might not be the same roster for both competitions. They go back to back. But we don't know yet what that Gold Cup roster looks like, and we don't know if Miles Robinson will be part of that or if Caleb Wiley gets called into that after this international break to play during the Gold Cup. So you're going to need depth. You're going to need potentially, like I said, somebody like Luis Araujo. You might need to look at some of the guys who have played very well for Atlanta United too, who might get a call up. But that Wednesday game is going to be tricky, and it's going to be tricky for a lot of teams around the league.
Yikes. Hey, man, we'll be talking about the Braves and their run in just a bit, but they're talking with Jason Longshore about United, who snapped their, well, I guess, draw streak, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, 6 games unbeaten.
Hey,
you know, 4 draws, but 6 games unbeaten.
I know there's a lot of United fans that are going to be stoked to see Lionel Messi so their kids can see one of the greatest to ever dress out, and then some people just sell the tickets. Why do you think Messi decided to come to MLS?
Everything lined up the right way, and I think he wanted to go back to Barcelona, and Barcelona is such a mess financially that they couldn't get it done, even though that's where he wanted to go. He wanted to have his proper goodbye to the club that basically raised him from being a kid, and everything lined up. He didn't want to play anywhere else in Europe because I don't think he really wanted to play against the Barcelona in a Champions League. He'd already done that going to PSG, and it didn't really work all that well for him. He played well, but they didn't win like the way we're intended to. He wasn't received the way that, honestly, he should have been in France. So I think just everything lined up, and he has an opportunity here to transform not just Major League Soccer, but honestly, soccer in this country as that accelerator ahead of a World Cup. I mean, it's going to be a wild ride with him coming. He was one of the top attacking players in the major 5 European leagues this past year at 34-35. Obviously, he just won a World Cup. He was the player of the tournament. I mean, you can say what you want about his age. Mm-hmm. Right now, he's one of the best players in the world today. He's one of the best players to ever play the game. To get him playing at the level that he's at in this league right now is incredible and just a complete and utter game changer for MLS. And what they have to do at the league office and in the club front offices is accept all of the great things that are going to come from this in the short term, but you got to look at how you use this and how you look at the legacy of this move to put MLS on a much higher platform than it was before he got here, because that's the potential if things are done correctly.
Jason, always a pleasure, man. Great stuff. We will talk to you. It's a week off for Atlanta United guys, as you just heard Jason lay out all the international duty, but they are back next Wednesday. The following Wednesday, we'll be down at Mercedes-Benz Stadium getting you ready for that match. Jason, thanks so much, man. Take care.
No worries. We'll see you next Wednesday.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, coming up, NFL Blitz on the way. Lots of stuff going on because mandatory minicamp is going on, including our Falcons this week. Last chance to get some work in, do some teaching, but there's also some free agent news out there that we've got to get to as well. NFL Blitz is on the way. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game on Odyssey.com.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, it's on to Detroit. They're not good, but that doesn't mean that these are easy dubs. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Great homestand for our Braves. Again, 16 games over 500. We are in first place, winning 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Nats, Mike. But you talked about it. What concerns you? What's concerning you? Because the poll question's up, guys, at Dukes and Bell 929 about why this team is so connected. What is it? Is it the manager? Is it just great players? Go vote at Dukes and Bell 929.
I think, number this, the majority of guys in this team, number of guys, have been there and done that. Obviously, Freddie's no longer here and Dansby's gone, but these guys know how to handle the pressure. Mets certainly don't. Phillies think they can. We'll see. Marlins are young. They're still like kind of teething right now as far as what they're going to be in the postseason. Maybe they stay around for the whole season. We're going to find out, I think, about June 30th, July 1st, the Marlins come to town. But I just want to see a little more hitting for average from that first base, from Matt Olson. That's it. Again, he hit the monster shot yesterday. He's striking out a little too much for my liking. I think Michael Harris obviously came out of the woods with that unbelievable performance against the Mets. But yeah, Carl, even when you're 8/9 of the lineup or a 7/9, whatever you want to quantify it, everybody else is doing their job. They got the most complete 1 through 9 in the East. You could argue right up there with the Diamondbacks. Who's your team in the East right now? You saw the Diamondbacks a few weeks ago. Who's the team that worries you?
No, that's the
Dodgers
team.
kicked our butts, remember?
They did. I think the Diamondbacks are on one right now. I mean, if you're telling me or asking me who the best 5 teams are right now, no particular order. It's Braves. It is obviously the Rays. It is the D-backs, Mike. It's the Orioles. And my 5th team would probably be the Dodgers. Right? I mean, but I still think at the end of the day, the Dodgers don't scare me. We said this a couple of years ago. I'm not afraid of the Dodgers, right?
They make Dave Roberts do all that analytics stuff, and they usually box themselves into a corner, make some silly decisions. You remember, guys, the only year they won the World Series, 60-game season.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm not as scared about them, and certainly we showed them what's what in 21. But you will have to get some pitching, and as you said, Detroit, some of these guys, I know Chris had mentioned some of the White Sox pitchers. There's some certain teams. We're getting closer and closer to some guys deciding they're going to be sellers. But again, with expanded playoffs, as an ownership group, you don't want to signal to your fans you're throwing up the white flag.
No, not this soon. Not this early. Once we get past the trade deadline or the All-Star game, teams will be more prone to do that. All right, more on the Braves coming up, guys. Also, we will talk about the Elder Morton Strider struggling thing that's going on that Mike is a little bit concerned about. Right now, though, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Everybody's saying they'd love to have him. Nobody's pulling the trigger on it. I'm talking about D-Hop, DeAndre Hopkins, Mac Jones. Who? Mac Jones was asked about it. He says, yeah, of course we'd love to have him in New England. Mike, does he even fit in New England?
Yes, for a team that historically kind of does wide receivers with the exception of Randy Moss on the cheap. They kind of do it through the draft, or they kind of find those diamonds in the rough, like the Wes Welkers, obviously, and then every other short, plucky white wide receiver who ever dressed out in New England. But this could be a guy that would really make, let's be honest, Mac Jones' life a little bit easier. What was his relationship with Bill O'Brien? Is Bill O'Brien going to be cool with him? Because remember, they were together in Texas.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. Because Bill O'Brien screwed that.
He got him he didn't want to give him the contract. He wanted the same deal that Julio wanted to raise after 2 years. Yep. And he literally made one of the worst trades in NFL history for a washed-up running back to get D-Hop out of there.
Yeah. So here's the good news.
David Johnson, your old fantasy killer.
Oh, he killed me. Dude was hurt like week 1. I was done.
Bo, you're a big fantasy guy. David Johnson, fantasy killer after a couple of good years.
Oh, yeah, maybe 2 good years.
Oh, yeah, I took him early, too. I was so hot that year. Okay, sorry.
I had to reminisce.
He was done.
I know it's early. We're months away from fantasy football. Maybe tonight they'll think about it, maybe for the last call. The guys that were just fantasy killer. Sammy Watkins comes to mind for me. Fantasy killer.
Yeah, it's true. The good news, though, to your question is that Bill O'Brien's not calling shots. It's Belichick. So if Belichick wants this and he thinks it's going to help his offense, he's the one that's going to be the guy that makes that decision. But Hopkins is scheduled to visit New England next week. Is he even going to say hi to Bill O'Brien? Hey, Coach, there's Coach O'Brien in the hallway. I don't care. Yeah. I mean, is he really?
That's the only thing, just if that has anything to do with where he's going to go. Because, I can work with that guy? I don't know. But then again, the Titans, do you really think the Titans are a team that's going to be a playoff caliber squad? It's hard to visualize that because the funkiness and the nature of the quarterback position up there. I know a lot of guys are here. Chuckery at night's always banging the drum to get D-Hop in here.
Who?
Chuckery.
Where?
Here.
It's not happening.
Tell it to Chuckery. I'm just telling you, he keeps banging the drum at night about that. Now, the guy that I want is up in Minnesota. There's a couple of dudes that I think would look pretty good. Danielle, what's his name? Who's
Danielle Hunter.
Danielle Hunter is not showing up for the mini camps. So there's definitely contract sideways. He's sending a message to Vikings, get me out of here. That's a guy I'd kill for.
Okay, all right.
Then we'd have to give him a long-term deal, though.
Of course.
But he's really good.
No, he is.
10.5 sacks last year.
Yeah, listen, more pass rushers. I'm all for it. Yeah, the whole D-Hop thing here is not happening. It's just not happening.
Right. I know Danielle's a strange name for a man, but you say it to him.
Oh, I agree. I'm not saying it to his face. Jets C.J. Mosley, Mike, says, we want the smoke. That's exactly what we want. He's talking about all this pressure that's coming along with Aaron Rodgers and the hype surrounding the Jets. He says, we want people to give us everything they have. We want to go to other people's stadium and hear every single thing they have to say so we can shut them up after the game is over. That's what it's going to take to win the Super Bowl, and that's what it's going to take to grow as a team. That's C.J. Mosley. He is one of the best linebackers in the league, but I got to tell you, I'm not popping off like this yet. I'm not Jets. You are the Jets.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, come on. I don't know if I'm going this far right now, Mike, to say we want all the smoke.
He wants that smoke. Now, it's December 3rd. They're not coming here. We're going to go up to New York. Oh, my God. Jets. And
Bijan runs for $150 that weekend.
Be nice. The Jets are going to be on TV all night long, so you're going to get that chance. From what C.J. Mosley's talking about, every night they're going to be that's going to be the big thing when they roll in.
So now this is what they're doing. They're going to embrace this. We want everybody's best shot.
But this goes back to the Mets. You got to convince yourself. Just do it. Let it happen organically. And then you're the big Billy Badass. Be Billy Badass. Yeah, put it down. There's a new sheriff in town. And
Everybody wants to use these corporate buzzwords.
Art.
C.J. Mosley, I want that smoke. I don't know. Be careful what you wish for. You want that smoke? I don't know. If I was C.J. Mosley, you know what I'd say?
What?
Easy, Scarecrow. Don't play with fire.
I agree.
I win more than 7 games, and you come talking about the smoke.
You're the Jets, man. Slow down. Get there first. All right, while we're talking about the Jets, what about them being on Hard Knocks? Their head coach, Robert Saleh, said, nah.
Robert, have you heard of you guys are going to be on Hard Knocks or not yet?
I haven't gotten word or anything like that. I know there's several teams that would love for Hard Knocks to be in their building. We're just not one of them. So.
Everybody hates it. It's a big distraction. As you and I have said a million times, camera doesn't lie.
But Aaron Rodgers is the biggest offseason story, Mike. What story's bigger than Aaron Rodgers this offseason?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The last time the Jets were on Hard Knocks, it was Rex Ryan was the head coach. It was the Revis
2010.
holdout. Yeah,
I was there.
Upstate New York.
I was there,
Right.
yeah. It was unbelievable. They had a great team. Mark Sanchez was the quarterback. There was a lot of buzz and a lot of personality on that team. And
made it perfect for TV.
It did. It made perfect for TV. I don't know. By the way, it's beautiful up there where they train. The winter sucks, but it's in the summer, it's unbelievable. But I'll say this. If you're going to ask me what team I do want to see, it's probably the Jets.
Yeah. Look, we did it in 2014, so that's almost 10 years ago for us. I'd love it again. I know that, as we said, coaches.
Was that the last time?
Yeah, ours was 2014. It was
Smitty. That's right.
You know what the league says? First scene, guys, for a younger audience you don't remember, you go find it on YouTube.
We need to get that Hard Knocks music to just drop in, that drama.
Smitty in front of the whole crowd. The league says the Falcons are soft. The Falcons are tough. Bull spit. I'm paraphrasing. And that's when you knew, and we love Smitty.
And then the music dropped.
Yeah. And so now we're going to be tough. You just know you got to.
That music dropped, and you were like, oh!
So there you go. The one which I love the most is the Browns, because you knew within the first 5 minutes what a complete train wreck the Cleveland Browns were. Coaches backstabbing everybody. It was just crazy.
Who was the coach, Mike?
Who was
the guy?
Oh, he was with the Bengals. Todd Haley was the assistant. The Browns coach, Chris. Oh, what the hell was his name?
Yeah, because that was a disaster.
Hugh Jackson.
Thank you.
And Hugh Jackson looked like a man who should not be a head coach.
Yeah.
If we're honest.
That's a good one. All right. I know Big Bo's in there about to drop this music because I know how he works. But the music makes it. I mean, seriously. That right there. That right there makes it.
The Falcons are soft. Falcons are tough. Bull spit.
That music makes it. And you hear that, you get hyped. You're like, oh, I got to watch this.
So we're going to get tough. Somehow. The Mitroff's going to get off his bike and draft us some tough guys.
I'm telling you, sometimes it's just about the music. That right there, when that drops in,
there you go.
and then they start showing those action shots. Oh, I'm all in.
Yes. See, this gets my blood pumping.
All in.
I want Hard Knocks. I love the access. I love the behind the scenes, man.
It's like Dan Campbell last year. You know, when Dan Campbell gives his big speech, you know, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm not interested. Then I'm interested.
Now, you know what the worst part is? You get that undrafted free agent, gets cut. You got to go get he's got the hefty bag, all his junk out of his locker.
Coach wants to see you.
Got to go get in his 2001 Charger.
Coach wants to see
with
you.
the Bondo on the side. And got to shuffle up somewhere else and hope he gets his NFL career going.
While we're talking about the Lions, because they were the last year's team on the Hard Knocks, Jahmyr Gibbs, Mike, was asked about the difference between Bama and NFL practices. We talked a little bit about this, but here's what he said.
Saban, we probably hitting every day, so full pads in the heat for 2 hours. Here we get good work in, but they don't try to kill us. We good.
Apparently, Nick Saban is a savage. Full pads, 2.5 hour practices every day.
So that's it. Jahmyr Gibbs says, Dan, well, again, part of this is also player association mandated. You know, you and I are old enough to have been at practices that were literally the 2-a-days.
2-a-days.
I remember being at Flowery Branch when they built the facility. Guys would go take a nap in those little apartments they got behind the field, come back out later. Not anymore.
Yeah. And when we say 2-a-days, it was hitting 2-a-days. Like full,
weight training, all sorts of stuff going down.
Yeah, it was none of this. We're going to walk through shells and helmet stuff. NFL Blitz is brought to you by Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Let's talk about the Falcons here briefly, Mike. It is mandatory minicamp. They're going to get a lot of work in this week. And, you know, we'll hear from Arthur Smith. We're going to hear from Desmond Ridder. Well, this is it. Like, whatever they've done with OTAs and rookie, you know, minicamp and now mandatory minicamp, this is going to be the last work they get in before training camp.
Right. Now, here's a question for you. We're going to get more into this in the 5 o'clock hour. Last year, guys, the Falcons were tied with the Broncos, which you never want to be tied with the Broncos for an offensive category, and the Rams. We were in the middle of the pack, 14th in red zone. Not talking about field goals, talking about touchdowns. We were at 55.5%, Carl, getting touchdowns in our trips to the red zone. So basically right in the middle of the pack, the definition of average. With all the moves we made, I got to imagine we're going to be top 10 or better. Maybe if we get to top 5 in the red zone, how many years have we been bellyaching about red zone proficiency for this team?
It's killer.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, I mean, we got to score more points, right, Art? We got to score more points.
Right.
All right, guys, coming up, we're going to talk about the Braves. Why are we playing so well? 404-726-0929. We're going to talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I mean, obviously, we need to score more points.
How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Do you like the people you work with? Not you, Mike. Not you, Big Bo. And Chris, you better not say anything. Do you like the people you work with? If you do, more than likely, your production at whatever you do is going to be up, okay? Right. You go in every day and you're like, man, I hate Bo. Bo, I don't hate you. Man, Turtle, I hate him. Turtle, I don't hate you. But if you did that, your production is not going to be what it should be. And Mike, I'm big on this. I think in sports, it matters. I'm not telling you we got to hang out every night and we got to do dinners and all that stuff because every guy in professional sports doesn't do that. But I do think that you have to play for each other. And I do think that once you get in that clubhouse, and I'm talking about our Braves, that there is this connection that goes on. And, Mike, I think we got it. Like, I think that happens with the Braves. Now, Charlie Morton was asked this about this weekend. He was asked about it. And he was like, look, I've been on championship teams. He played for the Astros. He played with the Rays when they went to the World Series. And he's like, this has probably been the best place that I've been when it comes to that. So when we talk about the Braves and why we're playing so well, listen, we are talented. There's no doubt about that. We got a deep lineup. Pitching staff has stepped up. The bullpen is really good. But what's the other thing? And I think the other thing is what we're talking about, Mike, is that clubhouse chemistry that makes up a team that may give you that extra something. Listen, Ozuna talked to Money Harris and pumped him up and got him going.
I know you're struggling now, man. You are the best center fielder in the game. The best outfielder, okay? So you're good enough. Gosh darn it, people like you. You can snap out of this. I'm Ozuna from the Braves.
And he did. I mean, did you expect that from Marcell Ozuna?
No, I mean, I think because two things. I know something, not every Braves fan, it's hard to quantify this. Some people just love the gotcha moments in this town, and I'll never understand that. I mean, I don't know. Oh, yeah, he's that guy. Boo! Shame! Yeah, it was awkward. It was pretty awful. But the thing that happened with his wife isn't what you think happened. And talk to the courts because that's not how it went down. I think you know what happened. It's not what happened. DUI is embarrassing. Nobody should do it. It was adjudicated. But, I mean, these people that want to run people out, we only run people out when they don't do their job. And we were very close to Marcell Ozuna because he was being stupid off the field, and he also wasn't doing his job. And as we said, Carl, the reality of it is you can't trade him. The contract makes him impossible to move. So the best thing you can hope for is he comes out of it, which he has. But the number one thing, which I think Braves fans forget, these guys like him. He's a likable knucklehead, whatever. There's no nastiness. He's not a cancer in the clubhouse. None of that exists.
Yeah. So if you can do that and play for the guy that's next to you and play and root and cheer for guys that you think they don't care about each other, then you get to this point where you're playing great baseball, guys are building each other up, and you're winning games. And so, Mike, right now, you asked earlier, are we the best team in the National League? Yeah, I think we are the best team in the National League. There are a lot of teams, again, we went out west. That D-back series was big. That was a big series because, again, we're just not accustomed to talking about the D-backs being any good. But that's a good club. And to win that series in the way that we did, Mike, I think it was one of those moments, again, this particular season where you go, we got it.
Two things. We're going to need pitching. And I don't mean, scrap heap, cheapest option you can find. I think the Braves need to look. We get it. The Mets are the poster boys for spending crazy. They're spending $180 million more than the Braves. I'm not talking about spending to spend. I'm talking about you need it. Guy just hit me up. Shout out to Marshall. He follows us on Twitter. He says, Braves are good. I just hope they don't win the divisions in one chip like the teams did in the 90s. And I'm with him. This team is loaded. We just talked about it, 1 through 9, even with the slumps and guys missing. But we've run out of pitching. You know my mantra. We ran out of pitching last year in the Phillies. Phillies in no way they should have gone. I know teams get hot. We were a better team than that. We needed better frontline pitching. So I'm with you. Let's go spend on some starting pitching because you can't tell me, Carl, no, keep your fingers crossed. Fried and Wright will be okay. So let's go get the starting pitching. The bats are there. Maybe another arm in the bullpen. That's my only concern for the long haul. I need more pitching.
So let me say this about the Braves of the 90s. Because, one, you're spoiled. All right? We just are. They won 14 straight. It'll never happen again. I don't care what anybody says. But, Mike, you got to win the division to get into the playoffs.
Right. Well, in this division, wild cards have won the World Series twice. But I know what you're saying.
You're right. If you're going to tell me every year that we're depending on the wild card to get in, you're rolling the dice. I'd rather own or have my, control my own fate and get in by winning the division. So you have to do one to get a chance at doing the other. So I get it. But part of that is you're spoiled. If you were here in the 90s and the early 2000s, you're like, oh, I'm tired of seeing this. Because you're right. They should have won more. I don't think there's anybody in their right baseball mind that says that this Braves organization should have won more. But I don't want to compare that to what we've seen over the last 5 years or maybe even the next, 4 or 5 years.
But my point is you can't do half measures when it comes to the starting pitching this trade deadline. It's a big arms race in this league, and maybe the Mets do try to spend their way out of it. Who knows? Maybe for the best thing, they throw out the white flag. My point is, Carl, we've got the best team. We got one of the top teams in baseball. We took out the legacy teams, the Astros and the Dodgers in 21. This team should have gone to the World Series last year, I believe.
Yep.
We didn't have enough pitching. All I'm saying is let's not make the World Series this year for lack of not having the best pitching we can get. The best pitching money can buy. Contract control be damned. Let's go get the best pitching.
All right, and I have no issues with that because I do agree with where we're at. And the reason why, Acuna for life. He's finally getting the recognition he deserves. Today, Major League Baseball released its first All-Star Game balloting update. You guys know who the number one vote getter is? Ronald Acuna Jr. It's called respect. It's called everybody else in Major League Baseball recognizing that dude is special. And so
They say use some common sense.
yeah, thank you. It's not Shohei Ohtani. And I love Shohei Ohtani, and he's doing amazing things, and we're not probably seeing anything like that ever again either. I mean, it's been, 100 years since Babe Ruth played. But Acuna has received the most votes. And I just think, Mike, when you talk about where this team is, that is a big reason. Now you're going to have guys representing our team, starters in the All-Star Game. We should have more than any other team, in my opinion, if this continues and we're rolling, 15, 18 games in front above 500. We should have multiple All-Stars. But this speaks to what you're talking about. How good is this team? So if Alex Anthopoulos and the front office is committed to getting us an opportunity to win another World Series. Right. It's not guaranteed, but you have to try to do everything you can to get there, and that's what Mike's talking about. And I have no issues with that. If you're telling me we need to go add 2 top-line starters for you to feel better, for us to get there, I'm cool with that.
Right. Look, we've showed our mettle, handled all these injuries, these slumps. Talk about, Austin Riley got off to a slow start. Talked about Michael Money Harris coming out of it. This team has been able to weather all these body blows, and everybody in the division has had to deal with it. But guess what? I don't know when Fried's coming back. I don't know when Wright's coming back. I don't know if Soroka's coming back. Is Soroka going to get another? They're going to give Soroka another shot at the title? That's what I'm saying. Let's go get some starting pitching guys, and let's go. And guys like, well, what about? I don't care. The team is young. You got all these young guys locked up under contract. With all due respect to your prospects in the minor leagues, let's go get some serious stuff. And I don't care what you got to sell to get it. Because it's about winning the World Series. It's not about the division. Yes, you must win the division to get there, but these fans want more, and this team should get more because this is the window.
As far as how cool this is for Acuna, and if this continues, and I hope it does, you're talking about Dale Murphy, who led the All-Star voting in 85. And then you're talking about the great Henry Aaron, who did it in 70 and 71. That's it. Out of all these great Braves teams, all these great Braves players we've seen come and go through this city 3 times. And now you're talking about Ronald Acuna leading vote getter as we speak.
Hey, he's 100%. It's finally he's ready to go. He looked great back in October, November.
He did.
Playing down there in Venezuela. This guy has just been on fire. He's on the tear. We've always expected it, and this is. You said it. You called down the thunder back in February. But this is the year for MVP for Acuna.
Yeah, man. I just listen, and when he came up, just being around baseball for the time that I was, they're special guys, and I knew and I felt like he was, and talking to people in the organization, and then he took off. You guys know how this started. He took off, and the injury set him back. But I just despise people who, at the time, were telling me that Juan Soto was a better player. Yeah. He's not. He's not. Not better than this dude. This dude is better. And it's being proven again right now. So 100% Juan Soto, 100% Ronald Acuna. Give me Ronald Acuna every day of the week.
And just a sidebar to the All-Star story about Acuna getting the most votes. We all said it earlier in the show, and we talked about, Vaughn Grissom. I was really high on Vaughn Grissom's going to be the next Michael Harris. He's got to come up now. And he wasn't ready. And the manager knew it, and the general manager knew it. Alex came on our show. They give Arcia a contract. Let's be honest, Carl. He's now leading the shortstops in the National League for shortstop All-Star balloting. He's been unbelievably clutch.
Who would have thought that, Mike? Like, seriously.
Nobody.
If you're telling me, man, I knew Arcia would be leading the leading vote getter at his position, you're lying. The crazy thing is Sean Murphy leads all NL catchers. So you're talking about potentially Acuna.
By nearly 200,000 votes, by the way. over Will Smith.
Arcia.
Yeah.
You're talking about Sean Murphy. Is Austin Riley going to be there? He's second among NL third basemen.
Right.
Mike, he's going to be at the All-Star game. This is what I'm talking about. And then what about Ozzy? He's second
right now. Yep, second base. No, but that goes back to when we talk about how loaded this lineup is. And let's be honest, the way Ozuna's swinging the bat with d'Arnaud, you've got the bench hitting you need. That's why I'm just saying, we just got to go get that starting pitching. That's all I want.
All right, full rosters, by the way, are going to be announced July 2nd for the All-Star game. But point is, guys, we're going to have multiple guys there. And when you do that, that's a team that people recognize around the league that should be in contention to win a World Series. Astros did this a few years ago. Dodgers did it a few years ago. I'm talking about sending not just one, not two, not multiple guys. All right, 404-726-0929. What is it about our team? There's a lot of things going on with this club, but man, they're on pace to maybe win more games than they did last year, and that would mean they won more games in the year than we won the World Series.
So Rob Thompson will be managing the National League team because the Phillies are repping the National League as the National League champions. And with all due respect, the Phillies left to start doing a lot of hitting if he's going to try to stack the deck with Phillies.
Coming up, Yeah Man, No Man's on the way. It's a Monday on Dukes and Bell, and also in the 4 o'clock hour, we got to talk about it. Dukes and Bell.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The AJC did a really interesting piece on Georgia and what's been going on, and it's something we've got to talk about, and we will in 20 minutes. Also, Kirby Smart talking about defining success. You'll hear what he had to say. We've been talking about our Braves. Great stuff. Thank you guys for voting and letting us know how you feel about our Braves coming off of a successful homestand. You lose one against the Nats, it happens. But the bottom line is this was a good homestand. And a lot of people, Mike, are saying this is the homestand that maybe, has already clinched the East. You're talking about the Mets being 10 games out already.
Yeah, and like the Phillies, I know that they're expecting they're going to throw the switch or whatever. I don't know if they can do that this season. Marlins are intriguing because you don't really know much about them other than they got, Alcantara, and they got obviously some really young studs. But we'll see those guys. Got to wait a few weeks. But yeah, you feel good knowing you're in first place. You've won 8 of your last 10, and you've had a lot of issues to overcome.
No doubt. All right, more on that coming up. Right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team.
Not really.
From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
What's going on, Turtle? Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks to all the folks who came out, by the way. We had a great time on Friday, man. Great time.
Yeah, man. Thanks to the dudes. And again, supporting Soccer in the Streets. You can go to soccerinthestreets.org and see how you can get involved. There's a lot of cool events all year round.
Silverbacks Park, folks from Bud Light. Thanks to the folks Soccer in the Streets. All right, man. What's going on, Turtle?
So usually my man John Sterling is easy to poke fun at, let's say. Yes.
Yeah.
Even as somebody who
Ostentodian blast.
Yeah, even as somebody who grew up listening to him, being from New York.
It is far. It is deep. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I will admit that. But this weekend, he earned his pinstripes, pun intended.
Okay.
Because he was the ultimate play-by-play warrior.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here. Ow! 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 It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2. And Holmes ready to deal.
Now, look, if you got an 84-year-old grandpa, you would want him getting hit in the head with a baseball. But he's 84, and he's watching the monitor because he's blind as a bat, so he's not see where the ball was coming from.
Yeah, Mike, this is why they have those nets.
Right.
This is why, and I know you've complained over the years, who needs nets?
I don't
This
need a
is
net.
why
I'll
they
sign
have
the
those
release.
nets.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, until that happens, you're not complaining about the nets being back there.
I mean, again, he's an 84-year-old guy. Doesn't exactly have cat-like reflexes, so takes it right in the head. So he did grit it out, though, because, that did not feel too good. So I guess he got an ice pack and he kept doing it.
Hey, he really battled through this weekend. I was proud of my man John Sterling.
Can I ask, though, is the owl, is that how you respond?
Ow.
That's how you sound. I don't know if I respond that way.
I don't know. I mean, look, now my father-in-law is in his 70s. He's a Marine, so we probably wouldn't say it like that. But if you still get hit in the head, it hurts. And I think your reaction might be, more expletive related than ow.
Well, that was good on him. In his 60 years of broadcasting, he knew not to go down the tirade road of FCC violations.
Yeah, I don't know. That part of it is just a little suspicious. That's ow! I don't know. Ow! I'm just saying. Ow!
The ball literally hit him flush on the side of the head.
You would have thought the ball hit him 4 times.
Well, but he's.
Ow!
I mean,
ow!
I'm just thinking. Think about your 84-year-old aunt or your uncle, and they get hit with a baseball. I mean, he's lucky he didn't just go just slump over the microphone.
Man, I don't know. My wife's parents are in their 70s as well, and that's not how he would respond. I already know.
I know my father-in-law wouldn't do that either, but
I'm just saying.
John Sterling.
Right. That sums it up perfectly, Mike Bell. It's John Sterling. All right, the numbers are out. Top 10 percentage chances NFL teams to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So the percentage is 1 to 100. I have the top 10 here. Let's see if you guys can nail the top 5. I'm not going to ask you for the percentage because it's ridiculous.
All right.
The top 5 teams to win the Super Bowl right now, according to ESPN.
It is Chiefs, Eagles.
Chiefs are number 2 at 12.9%. Eagles are number 1 at 13.9%.
All right, those two guaranteed. Bills are in there.
Number 4 at 9.2%.
Okay, 49ers
are number 3 at 11.2%. Can you get all 5 in a row?
The other team.
Thinking out loud here. The Cowboys. Who believes in the Cowboys? Now, the Cowboys get used nationally, but that shouldn't translate to an ESPN poll.
Cowboys, number 6.
There you go.
At 6.7%.
On the cusp.
Yeah.
Are the Jets in there?
Jets are number 8 at 3.9%.
Chargers.
Chargers are tied for the Dolphins at 10 with 3.2%.
They have the Dolphins at 10?
Yep.
Wow. All right. The other team then would be, I mean, this is just throwing it
the
out there.
Bengals.
Yes, number 5 at 9.1%. And rounding out the top 10, the Detroit Lions at number 7 at 4.3%. And the Baltimore Ravens at number 9 at 3.3%.
They got some weapons now around, finally, at wide receiver. You could argue for Lamar Jackson. The Lions' love is just insane. I think it's just a little disproportionate.
They score points, man. They score. You got to score points. And I think that's why everybody's on them. They think that'll be an improved offense with whatever they're bringing back, and Ben Johnson as their coordinator. I like the Lions too. Matter of fact, I like the Lions more than I do the Jets.
So is that a game in your mind's eye you pencil we might lose?
Who?
Us.
Is that game on the road? Is that when is that game? Yeah. Are they coming here? Because I don't have it in front of me. I think. Mike, we're going to have to keep up with those guys.
That is in Detroit, September 24th.
Now, if I remember correctly, my wins and losses, and when the schedule came out, I had that as an L, Mike, because I have us winning the first couple of games.
That's week 3. That's right.
Yeah. So, but no, man, I just think that's the reason why everybody's on them. Defensively, if you can put pressure on teams like that the way they do, they're going to be an issue for a lot of teams if they're able to do like they did last year. We'll see.
All right. Tom Brady, he just can't resist. He was on this weekend with, let me see how cool and hip you guys are. Okay. Do you guys know who Mr. Beast is?
It was a guy, no.
That's Steve Coonan.
It was the guy that, when I was on vacation, who won the beer drinking contest. He was called Mr. Belly, and they called him the Beast, but it's not the same guy.
No, I don't think that's the same guy. So Mr. Beast is the number 1 YouTuber in the world. He has 150 million subscribers to YouTube. And he is
never heard of him.
Yeah, and he is famous for skits and stunts and giveaways and trick shots and doing cool stuff. And now that he's amassed millions of followers and millions of dollars, he takes his talents all around the world and does ridiculously cool stuff with ridiculously famous people. This week, it was Tom Brady, and they had a little contest to see if Tom Brady should return to the NFL.
I could hit my drone out of the sky with a football.
All right. If I hit the drone on the first try, maybe I should come out of retirement.
I like that.
Dad, you're gonna like miss. I probably will miss.
First try.
So obviously the screaming in the background alludes to the fact that he nailed this drone and sunk it into the ocean.
Do you guys know how hard that is? Like seriously, you could be on a boat with your friends, and I've done this, and you're throwing a football around, and you're trying to, and you don't even come close to anything, and he hits a moving, well, it was staying there, it was in place.
Hovering.
Yes, Mike, that's incredible.
Brady threw a perfect spiral about 40 yards to Daniel Ricciardo from a yacht to another yacht in Monaco a couple years ago, too. That's Tom, though. He's the GOAT. That's cool.
So is he coming out of retirement?
Of course that has to be thrown into the video.
Are they going to be using drones in the NFL?
Is he going to come out of retirement? I mean, no, that is, you could do that 10 times and not hit that drone. So pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, for me, it's cool, but I don't like it.
What do you mean you don't like it?
I don't like even the notion of him having to throw in the retirement line in these videos. Because you know what? Because you know why at this point?
Joking, Turtle!
It's just for clicks. It's just for clicks. Because with that line, so here's 2 headlines. Tom Brady has unreal stunt throw with Mr. Beast. That's one headline. Tom Brady sinks drone, contemplates coming out of retirement.
Sinks drone. Well, again, if Tom Brady can convince the NFL to only use drones instead of players who can put them on the ground, I can see that.
But that's the thing. Like, if he can't if he can't make a video with the number one YouTuber in the world without thinking about how to make this something that everyone needs to click on and listen to, because if I say the words NFL and playing, people are going to go absolutely bonkers. I don't know, Tom.
By the way, am I out of the demographic, Carl, that I don't know who Mr. Beast is?
I don't know if you're out of the demographic. There's just a lot of stuff that happens on digital media now. Yeah, he's huge.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't spend a lot of time. I don't really. If I'm going down the rabbit hole on YouTube, it's usually watching concert videos or old things from like back in the day.
He allegedly, and I don't know what the number is, makes the most money of anybody on YouTube.
And he's giving away a lot, to Chris's point, to philanthropy. So good for him, whoever he is.
Yeah,
he'll do events where he'll go out to these situations and ask people to compete in things, and there'll be a $10,000, $20,000 reward. And
I just watched the video while you were talking. I just watched the YouTube video where he's got people basically keeping their hands on a Lamborghini. The last person to take their hand off it, I can stay on the car the longest, wins the car.
Yeah. And I bet you that video has like 80 million views.
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. So
like
to your point about those headlines, though, Mr. Beast knows how to sell.
He's gotten very good at it.
Yes, he has.
And he has a merch store, as a matter of fact,
Well,
linked right on that YouTube
I'm sure
page.
he does. That's how he's making all that extra money, Mike. We need a merch store. That's what we need.
I think that's a given.
Now, we actually have somebody.
We got to have the damn Hey Man. We got to get the Hey Man on a T-shirt.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right. So, Bo, question for you. Does your daughter watch Mr. Beast's video? She's writing the demo.
I don't know. I've never seen her watching Mr. Beast. She watches a lot of these. There's a guy that runs around screaming with his two daughters and makes a lot of videos and is a millionaire because of this.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
Families, I mean, seriously, families have quit their jobs.
They prank each other and do all kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty professionally done.
Oh, yeah. Well, now they can afford the cameras.
HD cameras, camera guys.
The lighting. I mean, their house is a studio, basically.
The best ones are the card opening people that have made an industry out of doing YouTube videos where they open boxes of either baseball cards or Pokemon cards or football cards, and when they pull a rare one, it's like the holy grail, and you get millions of clicks on your views because you pulled the rare card out of the 1991 Topps NFL set. Okay. They get their hands on one of these boxes, and they make a career doing this now.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. So
that's boring.
With that,
I don't know, man. I mean, like, I get it, and I understand it. There's things. I like to be out in the world as opposed to sitting in front of the TV. I know kids are on their phones and younger people. I don't get it. I don't want to be the guys like an old fart. I want to be out in the world doing things, not watching other people do things. How's that?
It sounds great.
I mean, I'm trying to make sense of it all.
Here's what's going on, though. While you're out doing things, people are still watching their phones. That's the deal.
And these guys are making millions.
That's the deal. People are out doing things, but they're still on their phones in the meantime. I'm with you, Mike. I always say, get a life. If you don't have one, get one. That's where I'm at. I got too much stuff going on, and I'm too busy to be worried about all this other
conscious
stuff.
Decision last year. I mean, when I was down, for instance, down the Formula One race in Miami, first turn, here come the cars. I didn't put my phone up to get the first lap. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to see it happen in person. And then, of course, I can always go home and watch it on the DVR.
Sure.
So be in the moment. Every time we've talked, how many times have we talked to musicians and artists who say the one thing they hate most is looking out to a sea of phones, staring at them while they're performing?
No, it's changed. There's no doubt. Turtle, great job, man. Let's get out of here.
All right, Bo, get off Mike's lawn and hit my music.
I don't do the YouTube. Watch out, that TikTok's in China. You're going to get your info call.
Let's not talk about TikTok, huh, Turtle? All right. Bradley hits us up. I got to read what he says about the Braves because here we go with this scared mentality. Bradley, I'm going to read what you had to say coming up. And also, we got to let you hear what Kirby Smart had to talk about as well. Dog Report on the way at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
We've been talking about our Braves a lot today, and rightfully so. We're hot, and we're one of, if not the best teams in Major League Baseball. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for listening to the number one sports show in Atlanta and its number one sports station, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. More on Game 5 tonight, NBA Finals. Mike was just in here making fun. Game 5! We'll get into all of that.
It's all over.
Yeah, it may be. Listen, I think it's going to be a hard task to beat them 3 times. They may win tonight. I mean, Miami could, but I don't know if they're beating Denver 3 times. Bradley hit us up, Mike. I just want to read this real quick.
Lay it on me.
Because we've been talking about our Braves, and he says, put him up, C. Dukes. So I'm put him up, C. Dukes. He's Mike Bell, ATL. He says, hey, we need to be careful about, that thing like we do with the Mets last year and start bragging about saying it's over. No one said it's over. I am not telling you it's over. I'm telling you we're 16 games above 500, and the Mets are 10 games out. These are facts. I am not going to tell you that it's over. The season's way too long. Mike has been in here talking about starting pitching for 2 months, okay? We're not telling you that. I am simply telling you there's nobody right now playing better than we are. Now, I will say this. I trust our general manager more than anybody else in Major League Baseball. He refuses to allow this team to fall apart with the moves that he's made that has made this team better. And so, Bradley, if you're concerned, trust AA because everything he's pretty much done has been on point. And if we start, falling apart and we go on a losing streak, it's baseball. It's bound to happen. But I also believe that this team is talented and good enough and our head is on straight, unlike the Mets, that we can rebound and we're going to be just fine. So I am in no way, shape, or form telling you that this is over. I am simply telling you right now they have a lot of work to do to try to catch us.
No, I mean, look, their manager choked away another big lead, which he's done in his career. You got a team, which, again, aside from Verlander and Scherzer, who, again, the guys are really, really good, but there's always a chance these guys are going to break down again at some point later this year. But the team doesn't know how to finish. We do. This team does. This team's been in. Now, last year, I thought, that getting back to your point about pitching, that's what hurt us, man. I mean, look, Philly's got hot, and there's always that team that can be a wild card, can get on that heater and do something, but we're not a
The NL East is over.
That's it. That's New York. That's not us, guys. We're just playing audio. We're not. Don't kill the messenger. That's our buddy up in New York throwing that out there. But the Phillies, I mean, you had two better pitchers, one better starting pitcher. That doesn't happen. That's still that one really kind of gets under my skin because, man, it's almost like they did expend so much energy, Carl, to catch up with the Mets. They just had nothing left in the tank for the Phillies, which is a shame.
It is, and that's what I'm telling you. It does take a lot of energy, Mike. You're 9.5 out. What are you going to be at the All-Star break? If you're telling me they're 12 or 15 games out, how much energy that takes to win every night? Now you're watching the scoreboard. You need help. That's a lot, man.
But we're talking specifically about the Mets. I don't know if the Marlins are ready to take that leap, and go from where they were a few years ago to maybe be really real contenders. We'll find out. Philly feels that they can get things going once they get 100% healthy. I understand that, but the Braves, look where, Carl, we've been saying it all day. Look where we are without 2 of the best starting pitchers in baseball last year, not able to pitch, with guys going through miserable slumps, injuries left and right, and this team has still found a way.
All right, guys, more to get to. Thank you so much for hitting us up again, Bradley. Thank you for listening. But, yeah, we got to talk about what is right now. What is we are in first place. Day-Day, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
All right, before we let you hear Kirby Smart, the AJC, and they did this, okay?
Big piece.
Because there is a responsibility to accurate reporting. There just is. And they're not trying to get Georgia. They're not trying to get the football program, Mike. But when the article is entitled Out of Control, Reckless Culture, Off the Field Marks UGA's Football Team, that raises your eyebrow. And, the folks that did this reporting, and there were multiple people, but you can go check it out for yourself. But the gist of this is, guys, what's happened since Kirby has taken over since 2016. And you're talking about over 300 citations with the football team.
300, not 30.
300. 60 times players were caught driving over 20 miles per hour or more over the limit. 14 times they were caught speeding 30 miles over. 7 times football players specifically were caught speeding 40 miles per hour over the speed limit. And Mike, 3 times over 100 miles per hour. The report itself basically details, and it does, some of the players involved. This is thorough. This is deep because of the 150 public records requests that they requested and ended up getting and the folks that they talked to. But, Mike, when you see this, and again, you go, okay, I didn't know it was this much.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like when you look at the numbers, I mean, that's pretty excessive. And by any metric, and if you're a Dog fan, I know it as soon as I saw that article because, again, there was a lot of effort put into it. They've got all the closed circuit camera video from Athens where you see James Cook in a wreck. See Mac. It's very dramatic. And I understand that you got Georgia fans feel some. And I think you guys got to get a grasp of reality yourselves. But they feel the AJC's got an agenda. They always invoke Jan Kemp, and Jan Kemp, that was the academic fraud that goes all the way back. It's a newspaper doing some work and saying, look, here's the situation. Investigative journalism, when there's something which people don't want to know about, and they go out there and they get their fingernails dirty, they find this information. Some people don't know. They kill the messenger. There's a situation where that's why when I don't think I want to see Kirby or anybody leave Georgia. This thing goes from, well, you guys want to run Kirby out of town. No. Kirby needs to really discipline his players because whatever he's done the last 3 years ain't working. What Georgia fan who's the most hardcore fan could disagree with that, right?
Yeah.
I just think some people, it's just like everything else, people go from zero to outrage, and there's just got to be some common ground here. They got a problem with speeding. And again, if you can take, Carl, the time to look at the accidents or look at the traffic citations for every other school in the SEC and you want to do a comparative study, go do that, somebody. Knock yourself out. But here, I don't care about Auburn. I don't care about Tennessee. That's a lot of speeding tickets. That's a lot of guys who, after 2 people got killed in the program, still didn't get the message. That's what's really shocking.
You're right, and I don't care about those other institutions. You know why? Because they're not winning back-to-back national championships. The spotlight is not on them, okay? Enrollment's not up at those schools because of their football program. It is at Georgia. Trust me, okay? This is what's going on because the football and what's been happening. So, Mike, reckless culture off the field, those are big words. It's a big headline. But if you go check it out for yourself, I think you'll be a little bit in awe about how frequently this is transpired. And so this is why I said when I came off vacation a couple of weeks ago, Kirby, I need more. You can't just keep telling us I'm punishing these guys and keeping it private. As fans, we deserve to know what's happening so that we can defend these actions when they come out so we can say, hey, we know our coach and our coaching staff, they're doing what they need to do. Not, well, we think they are, or it's behind the scenes so we know he's going to punish them. What is it? I don't know. I don't think that's enough at this point, and especially with this kind of information coming out. So as we continue to move forward, Mike, and I know Kirby was very adamant at the SEC meetings where he said, look, everybody wants to know what these punishments are, and we'll keep it behind, closed doors. That's all fine and dandy if this was a couple of incidents. 300 citations?
Already I got the guys making excuses. What do you think happens when 20-year-olds are driving $100,000 cars and then I guess I get that, sir. But here we go. Talking about what's happening here in Athens. You're a national championship team. You're at the top of the mountain. You're putting guys in the NFL. But this is a black eye in the program. Unless you're putting your head in the sand. Unless you got a kid who's going there and your kid gets sideswiped by anybody. Again, it's only until it happens to you. Devin Willock and Chandler LaCroix died, and it's got to mean something. Something's got to come out of that. No? Okay. Just keep winning championships and the collateral damage be done. I get it. We said, Carl, they were wrecking scooters 25 years ago in Athens. You give young guys anything with a wheel and a steering wheel and 4 wheels, they're going to be some shenanigans. But this one needs to have some discipline. You guys are telling me that Kirby's handling of this stuff, the discipline doesn't need to be more forceful? Hello? Come on. What world are we living in?
What world are we living in? 404-726-0929. You can hit us up on our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Day Kirby did go on the Growth podcast. And I do want you to hear him talk about not this. He was asked about other things like defining success. And this is what Kirby said because he talks about his coaching style and he's getting into some details about things that he's learned. Here's Kirby Smart.
For me, will define what success is. I think, everybody has their own terms. I think about when I was a young coach and I said, okay, my goal in coaching is to be a defensive coordinator. And then at 24, I was a defensive coordinator at Valdosta State. And then I was like, okay, my goal is to be an SEC defensive coordinator. Okay, then at 30, I don't know what I was, 32, I'm guessing. I don't know what it was, but somewhere around then, I'm an SEC defensive coordinator. I'm like, well, I'm not aiming high enough. and then, okay, I decided I wasn't going to determine if I was successful if I was ever head coach. I'm comfortable being a defensive coordinator, especially with the salaries and the pay that defensive coordinators were getting at that time. I don't have to be a head coach to define success for me. And then that happened, and that opportunity presented itself. Then it became, okay, well, I'm the Georgia head coach now. I'm comfortable if we have success and do this. We may never win a national title while I'm here, but I'm not going to declare my success or failures on whether or not you win a national title. Okay, well, now we've done that twice. So I try to keep it pretty general of, did we maximize and get the most out of what we were given?
Interesting, right? How he's changed his approach over the years, and that's great. Yeah. That's why he's so successful, because you'll learn from things you maybe should have done a different way, right?
Well, the thing is, and this is what's interesting, and I do think Kirby, he's being honest about this. Like, if you would have told him 10 years ago you're gonna be making $100 million, he probably would have said, that doesn't matter. I don't care. If I'm able to do what I love and coach and be, like he said, a defensive coordinator, or be involved in the SEC, that was his dream. The money comes along with success. That just happens to be a part of it. That's not what he was chasing. So I do think, Mike, there's a part of this where you can't just say, well, he's making $100 million over the next 10 years. Of course he's successful. That has happened because of the work that he's put in and these, being afforded these opportunities. Kirby also talked about, and I want you to hear one other thing. We've got some more we'll play for you a little bit later on. But he talked about on what would the perfect Saturday look like. And I thought this was interesting. Again, this is on the Growth Podcast, Kirby Smart.
When you say, what would a perfect day look like? For me, it would be a family day where I get to go do something. We'd go to the lake, get on the boat, and it just be us five, because the kids want to bring their friends, and then we want to invite friends, and we end up, and I'm like, well, next thing you know, we're entertaining, and it's not just us. The best, and you value and appreciate those days, especially as I have ninth graders who are 15 that are 3 years away from leaving my house, that I cherish those days more than ever. And in a perfect world, I'd love to have, us five doing something for a Saturday.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Because you're dealing with this right now. You're about to send your baby off to college.
I just said to my wife last night, we were just private moment. She's graduated. As a parent, that hits you, right? I remember my mom saying the same thing to us when we were leaving, my baby's leaving. And you're like, I'm 18. I don't care. I want to get out of here. You don't care. But as a parent, man, it hits you differently. Kirby's right. I mean, right. And when it happens, never the same. It's never the same. Coming home and doing all that stuff is great, but it's never going to be like it once was. Day-Day's shaking his head. It's just not. So Kirby Smart talking about what a perfect Saturday would look like. More with Kirby coming up. Appreciate the input on the story by the AJC. Guys hitting us up. We're just reporting what they're reporting.
Yeah.
But we can't deny that this is a lot.
From the text line, Roger says, as a dog fan, this is embarrassing. I want to win championships, but I don't want kids' lives at risk in Athens.
Thank you, Rob.
That's a good way to put it.
All right, guys, coming up, NBA Finals tonight, Game 5. And what do the Hawks do once this series is over? Mike said there was a rumor this weekend that DeJounte Murray might be moved.
Guess who saw that rumor on Twitter? DeJounte Murray.
We'll talk about it next.
Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell on a Monday. NBA may be over tonight if the Denver Nuggets can find a way to get it done. They're up 3-1. It is Game 5 in Denver. This hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. And, Mike, we started the show today. We were talking about all the things coming off the weekend, and we were talking about this series potentially being over. And it's just hard for me to believe. Again, it's hard for me to count Jimmy Butler out, just with the way that he's played. But the role players have not lived up to it, Mike. The Gabe Vincents, all these guys that were playing great in the Celtics series have not done that, at least the last two games. So they may win tonight, but I just don't see them beating Denver 3 times. But Denver tonight is a 9-point favorite, Mike. They're at home. They're on the cusp of winning their first NBA, should I say, championship in the history of the franchise. And I just think all of that is going to be overwhelming tonight for Miami.
Yeah, I mean, look, unless, something like Kevin Love goes for a bunch of three-point shots or Lowry gets hot or...
Did you say Kyle Lowry?
I mean, or Caleb Martin. I mean, you just don't know where that production is coming from night in, night out. You know where you're going to get 60 points from Denver. It's going to be Joker and Jamal Murray. And the other role players popped. And when Joker had got the 5th foul, and they had to sit in for like the longest 8 minutes of Nuggets fans' lives, all of a sudden the other guys really started to find their shots. So I just felt that Coach Malone, not Post Malone, but Coach Malone, is a dude. If you look at how they finished off the Lakers, and they were, I feel the same vibe will be there tonight. He said, look, we're not going back to Miami for a Game 6. We finish them tonight, get it done. And I just think Denver, that place is going to be rough. I think we're going to see the trophy out tonight.
Yeah. By the way, if that is the case, Joker MVP, right? Not Murray? Not Murray?
You can split it. Go King Solomon.
Co-MVP?
Why not? I mean, if ever there was something that would describe how they won this thing, it would be that, right?
Yeah, I agree. Let's hear from Jamal Murray. He talked about Joker. Nikola Jokic was talking about, this particular championship has been more than just him. Jamal Murray had this to say about Joker.
I think there's more to come actually from Jokic. I think he can get a little bit. I think we haven't seen a side of Jokic that we're going to see, where he can be just pure dominance all the way the whole game, even more than he has been.
Come on now. What's he going to do, 50, 50, and 50? I mean, this dude, he's been as dominant as hell. What are you talking about?
He's going to levitate like an X-Man. I don't know. I mean, what else is there left to do? But I mean, this goes back to...
Joker is in the stand selling popcorn. I mean, what else is he going to do?
I mean, just, if they, they'll, what do we learn in this? What do we learn? Take a page out of Steak's book. What do we learn in this series? Yeah, it's okay to let him go for 45. That's the way you beat the Nuggets. I don't know about that. He'll be, doing his thing, assists from the post. Like, it's just an amazing, as we said, if you hadn't watched the Nuggets or watched a lot of this guy, he just seems like he's in slow motion and everything just happens so easily for him. On the flip side, you and I brought this up earlier. A couple guys hit us up on the text line, said they're not talking about an injury. You think something wrong with Jimmy Butler?
Maybe. I don't know.
Does it seem like he's slashing with the ferocity that we saw earlier in the NBA Eastern Conference playoffs? I don't know. Something's missing.
All right. Well, I know.
He's having a great night, but you really need, let's be honest, you need Jimmy Buckets to go for like 40 every night to stay in this.
Yeah, you've got to go. He's got to go for more than 35. Eric Spoelstra, the coach of the Heat, and then we're going to talk about our Hawks because we got some decisions to make if, in fact, tonight this thing's over. And if it's not, we'll wait 2 more days and we'll play a Game 6 back in Miami, and that's fine. But when this series is over, we still have decisions to make. But here's Spoelstra talking about the crowd will not decide it tonight.
Love playing in these kind of environments, where the crowd's going to be great, tomorrow. Everybody's counting us out. We're used to that. But ultimately, it has to be decided between those 4 lines. The crowd's not going to decide it. The narratives aren't going to decide it. Whatever the analytics are about 3-1, that ain't going to decide it. It's going to be decided between those 4 lines, whose game can get to whose game and ultimately win at the end. That's what our guys love.
And if Miami's going to win, they got to shoot like 45 to 50% from 3.
Yep.
When they won Game 2 and Denver kind of came out sleepwalking that 4th quarter where they gave it all away after looking so good in the 3rd quarter, just real quick, it was Butler with 21, Adebayo 21, it was Gabe Vincent with 23, and they got some scoring off the bench as well. So that was the formula in that one. No, I mean, to me, it's just they've got to shoot at an outrageous pace from outside the arc to beat these guys.
Yeah, and I don't think Vincent scored, Turtle, in the last game. I don't think he scored.
And that goes back to the inconsistency. You just don't know where you're getting that production. To remind you of the Hawks a little bit, right?
Yeah,
you just don't know where you're going to get the other scoring from.
All right, Strus is shooting 14%.
Yeah, those guys, I think they're 4 for 27 in the last 2 games combined. You're not going to win.
If you're Dave and Buster shooting that, someone says, get off the Papa shot. I'm that next.
That's exactly right. You're not winning anything. All right, you said he saw it, and he has responded. We're talking about DeJounte Murray. Now, look, DJ is not afraid to speak up or speak out. And I've said this. Since we acquired him, I do like the fact that he has taken on this role of, I'm going to tell you what's going on. And sometimes it's been so real that, other guys have been reluctant to even comment. But, Mike, what did he say about him potentially being moved?
Yeah, y'all with these rumors. You believe the sky is green. Look, this is going back to guys paying attention. Carl always says these guys always pay attention to what's going on out there. Turtle hit us up with a tweet that was put out there by one that was an NBA Central or somebody. Somebody put this out on the weekend that the Hawks may be shopping DeJounte Murray. DeJounte Murray goes, some of you guys believe, basically paraphrasing, believe this rumor nonsense. You believe the sky is green.
Yeah.
So I get it. It's out there. But if we traded him now, unless you...
Did he say he wants to play with Trade in that comment?
He didn't say that.
Did he say that he wants to be a part of a team with John Collins on it?
Well, he says we shouldn't believe nonsensical trade rumors.
Okay. All right. Did he say that he wants to be here and play for Coach Quinn? Did he say that?
Not in this tweet.
Okay. I'm just asking.
No, but he was just...
I mean, DJ, if you're going to lay it out, lay it out.
He's just dispelling these ridiculous kind of trade rumors, which are... now...
They are.
If you're going to trade DeJounte, like I said, you're going to have to really whip up on some other team to recruit. You're never going to get what you gave. You're never going to get that back. You gave 3 first-round picks to the Spurs to get this guy.
That's not happening.
And it's frustrating because, I can't. You asked me for the specifics?
Yeah.
I'm blocked by DeJounte Murray.
Oh, so you can't see?
Chris, go back to DeJounte Murray's tweets because I want to make sure I'm accurate. DeJounte, I can't read your tweet and make sure I'm saying it correctly if you're blocking me.
I was relying on you.
Oh, sure, don't block the brother. They blocked the white guy.
Well, we're friends.
Unbelievable.
I'm cool with DJ.
Unbelievable.
Hack journalism.
So somebody accessed. I literally go. I had it up earlier on my screen, and now I can't find it.
It's gone. All right, let me see here, DJ. What he said? Yeah, because I just want accuracy. I just want to be accurate.
I want accuracy.
All right, here he is. Oh, there he is. Yeah, okay. So yes, he is dispelling this rumor of him being traded. I'm sorry, I just watching and reading this other stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, and there it says blocked Mike Bell. No, it doesn't say that. DeJounte, are we better with him than without him?
Well, I would think in the offense but it never drew up and it never functioned like we thought it was going to be. The way it was sold to us last summer.
That's right.
Right? I thought the Trey would move without the ball. And there'd be some times where both guys would be on the floor, but two, as you like to say, 2 ball-dominant guards. It never materialized the way we thought it would.
Yeah. I just don't think the return on investment, the return on whatever you're going to get if you traded him, okay? Let's just say it's true. And, DJ, we know it's not. Stop tripping. Mike, we're not getting in return anything, I think, that's going to improve our team more than he could improve individually to help us. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
What he could do with Trey individually with his skill set, okay, would be better than anything if we got 2 average guys back in return to just try to, hey, we need more shooting or whatever. His improvement and Trey's improvement this offseason coming back together, I think is better than anything we would do to potentially trade him. The other guys on this team, including JC and Capella, Mike, and some of the other guys, I feel differently about. I think those guys you could trade and maybe even upgrade in what you're going to get in return. But if you're telling me we need a guy that can handle the rock, DJ, shoot it, DJ, penetrate, drive, dish, DJ, he can do all those things.
And then don't forget, you've also got Dan Quinn. Did that last year. Quinn Snyder working with this guy for the entire season, from the offseason all the way through, and then putting his stamp on what we thought we were going to get when Nate went to Oklahoma to talk to Trey about this trade in the first place, which never really worked out like we thought it was. We talked to Trey's dad about it too. So in a perfect world, 2 dynamic point guards who can also shoot all the things you just talked about. Now, do we overrate DeJounte's defense?
That's a good question. Now, he was one of the steals leaders, I remember, right? When we traded for him.
His scoring was down this year because Trey, was taking more shots. Nothing was as advertised on this trade. Put it that way.
Okay. Well, what do you guys think? Because we do have decisions to make. Yeah, DeJounte basically saying, don't believe the hype. You guys will believe anything, and this is not necessarily, anything of value. Right. But we're going to hear a lot of this. Like, as soon as the season's over, guys, I had a guy hit me up today. He's like, Trey. What? Would you guys stop with the Trey stuff? We want to start over?
Well, I mean, you're telling me everybody is still into the Jaylen Brown thing. As if that's, I mean, Jaylen, like, I know he's a local guy. I get that. You think he's ready to step up and be the man? And then, so you send Trey to Boston? Well, we just gave Boston the world championship. What did we get in return?
Nothing. And Boston has other options out there. They can go get a veteran point guard in CP3 and bring him off the bench, Mike, and he can give you quality minutes. There's other things. I'm not giving Trey, and I say away, but I don't want to trade him. I'm not giving him away simply because salaries have to match in these trades, Mike. He is a max player. You're not giving him away and getting just average guys. You've got to get something major in return. I don't even want to go down that road.
Right. I'm with you. I just think you got to build with Trey. And look, I was critical of some of the things that happened last year, but I think he's come through the other side on that stuff.
Mike DeJounte just unblocked you.
Hey.
I'm just saying it.
Reach out. Be the intermediary.
I'm just saying.
Be like Sinatra, trying to get Jerry Lewis and Dean on the same page here.
What do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Hey, man, all the guy wanted to do was celebrate the first Canadians winning the Canadian Open in 69 years with some champagne. And what's he get for it? Full body tackle. That's out of the way. And then Kanye throws a birthday party. Chicks, naked, sushi all over him. We'll explain.
for fun. It's time for Guy Talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, buddy. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Thanks for sharing all your photos with our hashtag Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. Tomorrow, very special Father's Day week, if you will, edition of the show from Buckhead Butcher Shop with our contest winners. We're going to have some fun with that thing.
As a matter of fact, we're going to talk to one of our winners coming up here on the show. Big fan of Dukes and Bell, big fan of 92.9 The Game, and we're going to get a chance to talk to them on the phone. But, yeah, man, looking forward to meeting everybody tomorrow and having some fun out there.
Actually going to be doing the grilling tonight. I had my best friend since second grade, Big Tom, and his brother Charlie. By the way, I haven't seen his brother, Carl, since I was a little kid playing wiffle ball.
Younger brother?
His older brother.
Older brother, okay.
Mean older brother. He scared me when I was a kid.
Oh, really?
Remember playing wiffle ball, and I'm like, hi, Charlie. He goes, get away from my freaking car. So anyway, they're over at Atlanta Motor Speedway today. Hot Rod Power Tour is going on. I didn't realize how big this thing is. It's basically all over the Southeast. You got thousands of cars right now at AMS. All different types. Hot rods, old school.
Wow.
So they're on the track right now. I got a picture up at Mike Bell ATL. Basically going to Carolina. They're going to, I guess, Columbia, Rockingham, and it winds up in Bristol. And they basically do like these sort of like a poker run, back country roads and stuff through the Southeast. All these guys in their cars.
Very neat. That's a cool thing. So how long is Tommy? Is he on this tour?
Yeah, I guess they're doing a whole shebang. So they're going to be winding up in Bristol. So we're going to send them off with a big couple of ribeyes tonight. So hopefully they'll enjoy that. All right, man. Over the weekend, some cool stuff on TV, including the Canadian Open. Now, what made the headlines was what happened after the thing was won, but it was won by a Canadian for the first time in 69 years, and it sounded like this.
Good pace. Are you serious? Oh, my goodness! Glorious and free!
Yeah, I was like, pretty darn good if you didn't see it. Canadian Open gets won by a guy who's Canadian, and that's important. He went to Washington, went to Andy's alma mater, and then after he wins this, everybody comes out to celebrate with Nick Taylor. So one of the guys who goes to celebrate is a good friend of his named Adam Hadwin, who's also on tour, but he had changed out of his golf attire. He was wearing, like, it was kind of chilly, so he had like a pullover, had some jeans on. So as soon as they won, he was going to get out there with a champagne. He had it ready to spray him. By now, you've seen the video of the security guard setting a pick with the caddy and the winning golfer and coming around and going Terry Tate off his linebacker on him on the 18th green.
It was crazy to see that it was a 72-foot putt that we just played.
By the way, 6 feet longer than it's right now. It's currently the longest putt since John Rahm in 2020 hit a 66-footer to win. I guess it was the BMW.
It was insane. I mean, honestly, like that was one of the most electric moments to see because they were playing guys that they had gone into extra golf. They were playing to see, who was going to win this thing. And they had gone back to play 18. I think it was 18, 18, 9, and then 18. They had 4 extra holes they were going to play to figure this out. And that putt, Mike, was just bananas. But, yeah, the guy getting tackled, it was like, do you not know who is who here?
Well, I mean, look, I always appreciate an attentive security person. Ever since what happened to Monica Seles at the French Open years ago, you can never be too careful, obviously. But in this case, the caddy is kind of funny. As soon as he gets tackled, the caddy's like, hey, he's with us. You can see it in super slow-mo. So that was a really cool moment. And being a typical Canadian, Adam Hadwin apologized to the security guard for being on the green without people knowing who he was just yet.
Yeah, it was very cool. And the fact that it was in Canada, all the things, man, it was just all the things. And it was the coolest thing I saw yesterday.
Hey, man, U.S. Open is this week. And I was just telling Carl during the commercial break, we all played golf. I had a really good round this weekend. I shot like a 42 on the front. Celebrated a bunch of birdies. Probably over-celebrated.
Yeah.
48 on the back.
Fell apart.
It fell apart on me. But listen to this. A 290-yard par 3 at the U.S. Open this year at the L.A. Country Club. 290 from the tee.
So some guys, now I know it's a tour, but like for you, that's a driver, okay? What are they hitting, Mike? What are they hitting to get on? This is going to be crazy.
I guess depending on some dudes, I'm sure DeChambeau, although he's leaned up a little bit, maybe he could go
3 wood.
I guess he'd go 3. Most guys, there'd be some dudes. Look, if you're a smaller guy, it doesn't matter. These guys are so good, even though they're not like 200 pounds. These guys all get the club on plane, so I guess they can hit a 3-wood. I guess some dudes will have to go driver.
Yeah, that's a long par 3. That's going to be trouble. This course, by the way, is beautiful though in LA, and it's never held this event out of all the courses out there. Mike, we know Riviera and all these other courses. But I can't wait to see what this looks like.
And there's another huge par 3 as well. So there's actually a couple of them. There's 290 yards. Wow, I'm looking at this. There's another one that's over 184. So, yeah, there are a couple of really long par threes. See how these guys will handle it. I don't know. One guy says, I'm looking at some of these golf analysts are breaking down the course. Some of these holes, they're saying the average golfer, forget about it. You're
Well,
basically.
you can't get there.
Yeah.
No, you can't reach.
Yeah,
That's a par 4
you
for
play
most
like
people.
a par 4.
Yeah.
You're right. Done. Wow. Yeah, by the way, I'm excited. Now, one thing, if you're not a golf fan, historically, the U.S. Open, that's a USGA that puts this thing on, it's like a torture chamber. They always have the greens, like pool tables, and they generally, for the most part, want to see the golfers look like us. Now, I got to be honest. I'm not saying I want to see a guy go 25 under, but I want to see some awesomeness. I've not watched guys look like us out there.
Some scoring. Yeah, I say cool. The neat thing about this particular course, like it's LA, so you would think that this course would have all kind of stars that are members, and they don't, Mike. They don't have that kind of fanfare. So you would think that all kind of stars may be at the U.S. Open, which they will be. Right. But as far as this particular golf course, they kind of pride themselves on not being the Hollywood of golf courses. So it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays for all these guys that are long hitters. That's the thing. Most of these guys are now, and Tiger, he used to say that. He was out hitting everybody, and everybody started passing him. And now, Mike, the clubs, we were just talking about getting new clubs and all this kind of stuff. These new clubs, man, they give you 20, 30 yards distance.
Hey, I found the other one. The 11th is 290. The 7th is 284, making them the second and third longest par threes in U.S. Open history.
284?
Yeah.
Come on.
It's crazy talk, man. Yeah, I don't know about that. Anytime over 200, it's like all bets are off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, man, Kanye West, who for a number of months spent residence at Mercedes-Benz Stadium while he was producing his record. Remember that?
We went down there one weekday to do our press shots for the Falcons.
Right.
And he was in the locker room literally right next to us. And so Mike and I, we make our way over, and they had security over there. And we were like, is he really in there?
You can't go over there.
And they were like, yeah, he's in there. He's in there.
Well, this is a little funky. This was something that was pretty big back in the 90s. Some people are saying it's a bit misogynistic. In other words, it's very sexist.
Okay.
To have a 46th birthday party and have beautiful naked women serving as, trays for sushi. Sushi then placed on the naked women's bodies, and you go get the sushi off the person.
Really?
Correct. Kanye West 46 featured plenty of bizarre antics, eyebrow-raising decision to serve sushi and sashimi on nude women's bodies. The Yeezy designer included the Japanese practice called natamori at his soiree Saturday. His 9-year-old daughter North was there apparently as well.
Okay.
Did not eat the sushi off. No photos of her eating sushi off a person. She had it on a plate.
Yeah, that would not be good. Are you for this? That would you eat the sushi off of?
I mean,
of these ladies?
There's so many jokes here we really can't do.
I was going to say,
Mike. Blind guy walking back. Anyway, I got to be honest with you. It's a little creepy.
Yeah.
As much as now, if you want to have or people in various states of undress working as bartenders.
Sure.
But Chris, how would you feel about going and grabbing a California roll off of somebody's boob?
Frankly, I was waiting for the story back in 2003 when Mike and Tony the Mailman and Johnny Plops were out in Vegas, and it was 3:20 in the morning, and they were hungover. I was waiting for it.
No, I have never ever partaken in something like this. I've heard about it. I've heard about dudes doing it.
I've not done anything.
I've never eaten sushi off a naked woman.
The closest.
No, hold on. In the private, I've eaten food off of women, but that's something I did in the privacy of my own home and not at a party.
Yeah, of course. Like what?
Well, what do you care?
Got those Twizzler underwear intact.
But I was going to say that the closest
I did
thing.
make a sundae on the small of a woman's back once.
Okay.
It was something I like to do.
Do you? I'm not going to complain about that. I was going to say the closest thing I came to this, but it wasn't. You weren't eating off of women.
No.
Was a Super Bowl Playboy party years ago. When I first got in the business, Playboy used to throw a big party. Right. And you would walk in, and obviously there were Playboy models who were serving the drinks. But it wasn't anything like this.
Right.
I mean, they weren't naked with sushi on them. Okay. So
no, but this Chris, this was a thing. Wall Street guys did this about 20 years ago, and but that's what a lot of people are saying. Of course, social media went nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So sexist, misogynistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then again,
well, he obviously paid people to do this.
Correct. The women.
There's a service.
The women who did this were, they were engaged as independent contractors or perhaps working for the food service. Whatever, they got paid. Where do you put the tip money, though? That's the question.
Yeah.
Stick it in the belly button?
It's crazy.
I know. Chris, this is what happens in 20. This story, I can tell you this. Carl and I doing this story in 2014 would have been a hell of a lot more fun.
I agree.
Now, I will say the one thing I have witnessed at like college bars is some women will volunteer to lay on the bar
and do the shot,
and do shot out of a belly button. I have seen that. But those
they
women
pour the shot in their belly button?
Yeah, and the guy will like sort of curl, like a bicep curl.
We did
the
that
woman.
at Lulu, and
Yeah.
that's something we did at Lulu's back in the late 90s. Maybe even with a current SEC head coach.
But she's volunteering to do it. There's a
Yes.
difference.
So did the women
two consenting adults, a woman allowing you to pour vodka or tequila into a belly button, and then you shooting.
Rum, bourbon, whatever.
Yeah. Now again, I wouldn't do daiquiri because the cream. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, whatever. But these women or people, whoever he had, he paid them. So they were there, and if you're mad, that's just fake outrage. People wanted a job.
Right.
They wanted to be next to Kanye. They wanted to see who was going to be at the party, and they wanted the service. They did it.
Ty Dolla $ign was there enjoying himself.
Okay.
And other friends of Kanye.
Kanye, yeah.
There you go.
Josh, by the way, says, man, I played LACC. That's Los Angeles Country Club. He said a year ago, Josh, thanks for this. He says, it was incredible. Number 11 is downhill. Mike was talking about the U.S. Open. Right. He says, but they absolutely moved the tee back. Fun fact, the Playboy Mansion backs up to the course. Now, that's true. That's not the only famous home on this course.
Riviera. This is the Los Angeles
Country Club. Yes. Right. I don't know if they'll show it, but Lionel Richie's house is on this course.
Okay.
It's like 55,000 square feet. It's stupid. So, Josh, appreciate the text, but yeah, man, this is going to be interesting and fun to watch. All right, guys, we got a lot more to get to. Great job, Mike, as always. Coming up, we're going to talk about our Falcons. Speaking of fun facts, Mike has one because the Falcons have mandatory minicamp this week, and we're going to talk about there's only 4 teams last season that the team outscored their opponents in the first half. What do you think we rank when it comes to that? We'll talk about it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa! Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. I was at the store this weekend, the package store. They had plenty of Hey Man Ale, and I was like, how's it selling? The guy goes, pretty good. I said, thank you, sir. He didn't even know who I was. I was like, oh, how's it selling?
You know, I pulled a six-pack out at Kedron's World of Beverage down in Peachtree City, and so I'm reaching back to make sure that the next six-pack slides in.
Oh, yeah.
So there isn't like an empty space.
Set it up.
And the lady's like, do you work here? I go, no, ma'am, I'm just moving my beer. He looked at me like, what?
Exactly.
But yeah, man, we appreciate you guys continuing to share those pictures and the grilling as well.
All right, man, we got a lot more to get to. Grant McCauley's going to join us, our Braves insider. Braves are hot. And this homestand did us some real good, guys. You win 2 of 3 from the Nats. Obviously, you beat the Mets in the fashion we beat them in. And now you look at the standings, and we are top the NL with the best record in the National League. We're 16 games over 500. There's a lot to talk about, and we will with Grant McCauley. On top of that, look who's leading the All-Star voting. We'll get into all of that and much more. Mike, mandatory minicamp. This is the week. This is a week that probably we get day up at Flowery Branch. I'm talking about the Falcons. Get more work done than they have with mandatory minicamp where you're trying to install stuff and get guys acclimated, and then a rookie camp, should I say. And then you had OTAs, which we were up there last week, and Arthur Smith sat down with us. We talked to Jake Matthews and Drake London. But this is a week where this is like your last opportunity to put in whatever you think you need to have in before we get back to training camp. Because once we get to training camp, and Arthur Smith said this to us, guys. I don't know if he said it on the air, if he was just talking to us, Mike, but how much install stuff is going on. And he talked about Desmond Ridder and putting pressure on Dez and trying to make sure that he sees some of the stuff that he's going to see as they gear up for the season. It is hard to emulate a lot of that stuff without pads, but you do as much as you can. And he's got to throw in the smaller windows, and he's got to be accurate, Mike. And those are the things that they're looking for right now with Desmond Ridder.
So all you can do is try to create, as you just laid out, as many in-game situation mental reps. So here's that. I know it's mental reps. Yeah, but it means something, especially when you're a guy who's got limited experience like Desmond Ridder. You know, just 4 games under his belt, as you guys know. Expectations through the roof, certainly from us and from Falcon fans. So how else is he going to do it? We did get that sense, and I know by now you've heard the interview that Carl mentioned with Arthur Smith. He's got confidence in this guy. And when we talk about Ridder, I just bring it back. And I had this conversation at the gym today with Rick, who's a big Falcon fan. He's staking his job on this. You know what I mean?
You talking about Coach Smith?
Coach Smith. Yeah. And to a lesser extent, Terry Fontenot. If they didn't believe all the weapons, you spend that much money, over $180 million, in at least the guaranteed contracts they gave out in the offseason, and you're telling me that he would not. I mean, well, maybe. No, he's committed to this guy. And if this doesn't work, it's going to blow back in their faces. Hopefully that's never going to be the case.
No doubt. Now, the one thing we need to do better, and the Falcons, we've said this time and time again, we'll say it now, we'll say it in September. We need to get into the end zone. We love Younghoe Koo. He's come on the show numerous times. I just want him kicking extra points. I don't need him kicking field goal after field goal because you're not going to win games like that in the NFL. And so we need to get the ball in the end zone in the first half. Here's the crazy thing, Mike. That is out there about only 4 teams last season, all right, that outscored their opponents in the first half. They outscored their opponents in 12 of 17 games in the second half, but only 4 times last season did we do it in the first half. And my point is, how many times do we talk about either slow starts or not putting the ball in the end zone or going in at half down, Mike? And then, you talk about, well, are we able to score more consistently when we get those opportunities early in games? This is why they went the way they did in the draft. This is why they drafted Bijan. Now, I'm not saying he's the end-all of end-alls, but, Mike, adding him to what we already have, I think this is part of the makeup of what Arthur Smith wants. How do we get it in the end zone more in the first half? And then, you talk about this stat that's out there, only 4 times last season they outscored their opponents in the first half. That's just not enough.
No, and it's one of those things, how much of that you want to chalk up to, what we saw with Mariota. But eventually you did get Ridder out there. And then, and Matt, let's be honest, look, and I don't want to make this all about Mariota. Part of the reason that some guys are still lukewarm about Matt, amongst other things, we settled for a lot of field goals.
Yes.
And I know, winning a football game, who cares how you won it? They're covered behind victories. Sometimes it's come behind victory with field goals. It's Matt Bryant. It's Younghoe Koo. Some guys get in the end zone. One thing for certain, the red zone has got to improve, just to double down on what you're throwing out there with the first half scoring. We were middle of the pack guys last year. We were better. We were 53%. We were 21. We were 53% in the red zone. We're talking about touchdowns, not scoring like field goals. 6.
We talking about touchdowns.
Get me 6. 22, the Falcons were tied with the Broncos and the L.A. Rams. 55.56% of our red zone journeys inside the 20 ended with a score. That's got to get better. And with all these freaking weapons we added, we want to be top 5 in this category, and that means playoffs.
We should be. What do you guys think? And again, these are numbers that you're always trying to look at and improve in. If you've got the number 1 offense in the league, it's easy if you're Kansas City and come back and you say, all right, well, what else do we need to do better? You can always do something better. But, Mike, we got to get up in the upper echelon of the top-tier teams that are scoring in this league. And if we do, all this conversation about the defense, I don't think it's going to be that much.
I just, I know it's easy for us to bang on the defense because it did seem for years we couldn't get guys off the field. But last year under Dean Pease, you were in every game. The only game where the defense just got completely spanked was Cincinnati.
Yep.
And that's where the corners also got knocked out, so it was just a field day for Burrow and company. Even the Carolina game, that wacky goofball game we talked about when they probably should have gone to Ritter, it was a one-possession game late. They had you in almost every game. So I know that that was a defense with a bunch of guys, let's be honest, that are a bunch of one-year contracts, but 1 year because they were dirt cheap. Now you've got guys that are established players, some guys near the end of their career. Yes, I get that. But dudes also in their prime, like Caden Ellis and Onyemata. These guys are going to be better. They're going to be better.
They are. They're going to be better.
And if it isn't better, then something's really wrong with Ryan Nielsen's scheme.
Yeah, I agree, Mike. I want to see what it looks like. I don't think it's going to be that far removed from what we saw with Dean Pease, but I think the players are better across the board. I just think, Grady was talking about this. Everybody looks to Grady because he's been here. And I don't know if you guys remember this. After the season was over last year when he was interviewed and he said, same old, same blank, different year. He's fed up. And then they had a conversation with him. Like, we're going to fix this. We're going to go out and get you help. And they did. So he's talking about the veteran guys, whether it's Calais Campbell or Caden Ellis, Mike. I want guys that have done it. I just do. Like, everybody talks about experience, and sometimes it's overrated. Maybe it is, but not in football. Like, I need guys who have done it, made plays, Mike, have had many snaps, know what it looks like. And young guys, it takes a minute sometimes for them to get it, and sometimes it doesn't. If guys click immediately, they turn into stars. But other guys, we've been talking about the Ebikades of the world, and some of these other guys that we feel like are going to be really good players. It might just take a minute. But in the meantime, I got some other guys that I can count on.
Right. And that's where this year, I think, goes two ways. Certainly, we feel that the rising tide, right? If you're Grady Jarrett, and I know for years Grady would get mad because when the contract thing came up, I just thought he's a better fit in a 4-3, and this is still 3-4-ish. But now you've got guys on, Grady can look to either side, and there's a real bad dude. You can't say that the last couple of years, especially the last time this team had a defense that had depth was 17. After that, they were decimated with injuries in 18. And again, it was, how Carl, it was a tale of two meeting rooms. 1 year the offense was good, the next year, that year the defense sucked, and vice versa. This year, guys, it comes down to Ritter. Ritter's going to make again, hopefully he doesn't make a lot of mistakes because this defense, I got to tell you, if they're doing the job, going to be getting you off the field. The game plan is going to be running that football. They're going to have to, Carl, come up and try to stop the run, and then boom. Get some play action, all things should open up. On paper, the plan is there.
Yeah.
The only thing that is limiting people, and we come back to this every time you and I talk about, is they just don't trust Ritter. And I get it. I understand it, but we already laid it out there. Arthur does. I think Arthur's got a little more experience with the dude.
There are going to be games where we may have ran the football, I don't want to say excessively, because you do what you have to do to win games. But then the next week, teams are going to gear up for that and be like, oh, we got to stop the run, and we got to let Ritter play. We got to let him throw the ball. We got, and that's the part that I need to see, Mike. We got to let him play. Like, there are going to be games. The season's just too long, guys. These defenses are too complex. Defensive coordinators are going to start taking away stuff once they start to see what's going on with us. This is where your quarterback play comes in. I got to see, Mike, when they say, hey, you're not running the football like we thought we would today. Somebody's going to slow us down. As good as this offensive line may be, especially coming off of last year, I think we were third in rushing in the league. But those are the games where we need to see him elevate and make these guys better. Putting the ball in places where guys can get it and making guys better. Is he capable of that? And I think that's really the question for me.
And we were having some fun. Some of the stuff was tongue-in-cheek on Friday's show. I got a lot of people hit me up on Twitter on the text line when I kept saying, game manager.
No! No!
But I do think there's going to be a little bit of game management here until Arthur feels really comfortable.
I want to see him play.
On the flip side, if all goes well with all the weapons we've added, maybe we look a little bit, I mentioned this on Friday. Josh McDaniels, you're a Patriots fantasy football owner. You never knew what you're getting week in, week out. Playing to your strengths versus the other team, et cetera. And one day they'd be throwing it a lot, one day they'd be running it. But guy just hit me up on text. So you don't believe in Ritter? I just don't have enough to know what Ritter is. I want to believe, right? We all do.
Yeah.
And I know that I laid it out. Arthur knows best because he's working with this guy all season long. He believes in him. We just got to prove. We got to see a little more proof ourselves, I suppose, in the regular season.
When he starts hitting guys for touchdowns and we start moving the football and we're scoring 30 a game, okay, that the bar for me is like 27 at the least. With this offense.
24 points is the problem. We don't get to 24 on this team. We got to get there and then more. 28. Yes, please.
So, but when we start doing that, this is going to fade, guys. And then it becomes, well, how do teams try to stop us? RJ says, put them up. See Dukes. He says, I feel like our defense is definitely going to be better, but it still comes down to Ritter no matter what. If he doesn't work out, Arthur Smith's on the hot seat.
Yeah, that's a given. Now, and if he doesn't work out, then we're going to go grab a ice-cold Taylor Heineke.
Well, that's true, too. But if that happens, that means this thing's gone terribly wrong. Yeah. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Or has it?
Stop. Coming up, Game 5 tonight, NBA Finals. Who you got? Who you rolling with? And apparently the Heat are getting an infusement of offense.
Oh.
We'll talk about it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So I did have a good weekend until I read this story.
Uh-oh.
Radio GPT is coming to the U.S. and Canada. Now, Radio GPT will be using the same software as Chat GPT. The software that has taken over the internet, the open source material that allows love letters, songs, homework assignments to be written, all done by AI technology.
Well, listen, all the boring personalities out there, you know who you are. You're going to be replaced. There is no replacing us, okay? You can't replace what happens on this show with some Chat GPT. For all the boring shows out there, you know who you are. You're going to get replaced eventually, okay? So I'm not worried about this, Turtle. Why are you worried about it?
Well, Radio GPT aims to man radio airtime spots with AI-generated scripts and voices, as well as tailored local content.
So you'll have, again, Carl, you put all the takes in the computer and you mix it up. You know, so they'll have the computer going, just do your job.
Here's what's funny about this. For years in our industry, and I started out on the music side. Mike did as well many, many years ago. But the idea that, well, basically we can voice track your job anywhere in the country, which has happened, and that's why you have somebody, you know, in New York doing 5 different markets.
Like Ryan Seacrest will be doing, tracks that show, then he goes and does the morning show on TV for you, at least he used to.
And so with music, all right, just to take you guys behind the curtain, you can do this because music is universal. If you like pop, if you like rock, if you like country, then you're going to listen to those stations, and the voices on those stations can sound very similar. It doesn't matter if you're in Nashville or if you're in L.A. But for what we do, we've always thought, Turtle, well, there'll be no replacement. I mean, come on. We're talking about our teams and our community and all the things, and now you're telling me that's not going to be the case.
Well, I would say this. I think Mike hit the nail on the head. I think at first you're going to see this being used to replace tracking services.
All right.
Which is basically where a DJ, as Mike said, records a bunch of stuff in a row, then a producer puts it all together, and that's what airs out on a lot of stations that are owned by a company like SiriusXM. What I'm reading about this, as I read the entire article, is that this is supposed to be, quote, supplemental to your original on-air talent and programming. So it's supposed to aid in providing more local content and services as opposed to taking away jobs.
All right, yeah, but Turtle, here's the deal.
That's not how it's going to work.
No, you know this as well as I do. That's all good and dandy until somebody goes, how much is this costing us? Why are we paying these guys?
Right. You can have the computer program, and the problem is eventually all these like animated or these fake radio people somehow, Carl, they will have sentient knowledge, and then they will get into Skynet, and next thing you know, it's the end of the world. Again, once they become self-aware, right, the computer program, and then also the bad things happen, then we get the Terminator. So that's I don't think you want that, Carl.
No,
I know I don't. But again, you can literally take our show and then mash it up, Carl, and be like, well, hey, man.
Exactly.
So
I don't think we're never mind. You get the idea. So we played the little snippet during the Masters that they did, the AI. Just simply showed you the yardage, the hit. He strikes the ball. It's on the fairway. There was exactly a lot of style points as far as the AI breakdown of some of the shots.
But Mike's right. Like, once this thing becomes aware, and it will. It may be 20 years from now.
Right.
It will sound just like not us, but however a personality it's programmed to sound like, and you probably wouldn't know the difference if you. By the way,
look what they just did with Drake and with The Weeknd.
I'm telling you, this is crazy technology that has to be. Mike, here we go. Regulated.
Yes.
You cannot just have like some mad scientist putting this stuff together, and then I'm telling you, years from now, you'll be like, man, I was listening to Dukes and Bell one day, and they were talking about how this thing was going to become self-aware and how it takes over the world, and it's really happening. And you're going to be like, you guys are right.
But guess what? In a world we live in where some folks are risk-averse, they don't like confrontation, you're going to have spineless amoeba jellyfish sports takes from a computer as opposed to the hardcore fan takes that you get here and the passion. You can't replicate that.
Of course they can.
At least not yet.
Of course they can.
I believe there are some networks not named that are already airing spineless amoeba sports takes. But we won't talk about.
John, now you know this.
I don't know.
You know this from TV. Producers in our ear going,
"Yeah,
wrong. That's wrong.
That's wrong." No, I had a producer, and no, he's dead. I had that in my ear.
He's dead.
Yeah, I had that one in my ear.
And then you said what?
I didn't say anything because we had gone to break. Well, all right. Here's the story. So it's after like Game 5 of the Lakers series against Sacramento back in 2001, and I'm anchoring at Fox in LA with Todd Donahoe, and we were at Staples Center. That's where the studios were, and the Lakers would bring a star player up after the game, and so we bring Rick Fox up, and he's talking to.
He's a pretty man, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's a good looking.
Yes, he is.
His wife was a pretty woman.
Oh no doubt. I'm telling you, I told you the first time I saw Rick Fox.
It was like, okay.
First time I ever met him, I was like, I cannot look this man in his face.
And so we were sitting up there, and we're doing the interview, and congratulations this way with the game, and my producer Brett Martzke gets in my ear and starts screaming, 10, 9, 8, counting us down to break, and my co-host Todd Donahoe asked him a question. He said, "Hey, listen, who do you want to have come sing the celebratory song after the next round?" And Rick answered it, and I said, "Oh, that's great." No, he asked him who his favorite music artist was. I'm sorry. And so Rick answered. I said, "Yeah, maybe that's great. Maybe he can come sing after the next round and win. Good night." Well, he said Tupac. I didn't hear him because the producer is screaming in my ear. And Brett said, he's dead, right?
Wow. Yeah.
The LA Times had a field day with that one.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Tupac Resurrection.
It won't be the first time.
I was just ahead of the whole.
I was going to say,
okay?
yeah, it wouldn't be the first. All right, man, we got to get out of here, Turtle.
All right, Turtle, hit Chris's music.
Oh, little Tupac. Hey, John, he's dead.
Yeah, I know that. But you never know. He could be resurrected in some form or fashion.
Well, apparently he has been. He's been seen in Cuba.
According to some people, yeah, he's living on a private island.
Is he like Elvis now? Is that it? Is
I've seen these pictures. It's like the Loch Ness monster. This is Tupac walking down the street. It's a guy with a red headband on, and they're like, "It's Tupac." I'm like, "It's not Tupac."
How old would he be? He'd be in the 50s, right?
Well, here's the thing about Tupac. He died at 25.
Right, 25.
So the impact, the world of the way he did, and to still be talking about him, John,
right.
that was what, 96, 97 when he passed away?
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyt Associates Personal Injury Law.
What happens tonight? We will see. It's Game 5 of the NBA Finals. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to talk to Grant McCauley coming up about our Braves. Charlie Morton on the hill tonight, but man, great series over the weekend. So many guys stepping up, whether it was Arcia, Acuna, Bryce Elder did not have a great start. We'll talk to him about all that coming up in less than 15 minutes. Mike, as we get to the NBA Finals, and we were talking about this earlier in the show about, what our Hawks do once the finals are over and the postseason or the offseason starts. And there are a lot of things that are out there. DeJounte Murray dejecting the idea that he would be traded or that there is any rumor or truth to the rumors that he might be traded. And I get it. I think he wants to be here. I think he wants to see what this new situation is going to look like. But before we get to that, what happens tonight? Because apparently Tyler Hero, I need a hero, is coming back tonight to try to play.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, the season's on the line. The doctor, again, in his defense, some of this had to do with the Miami medical staff saying they wouldn't clear him because whatever he do, does it hurt when you do this? Well, stop doing this. And doing that meant shooting a basketball. And, again, Bernard King, I think other guys might have toughed it out and, taped it up, shot it up, get out there because it's your season. But not the case. They need a consistent scorer. And we pointed out to this earlier. Gabe Vincent one night, Caleb Martin the next. You just don't know. You know what it is? Carl, I'll say it.
What?
The Heat's offense is like a box of chocolates. You just don't know. You don't know who's going to pop each night. And I do know for the Nuggets, it's going to be Jamal Murray. We know what Joker's going to do. And there are other supporting cast members now, like Porter, are also showing out too.
Yeah, Vincent and Strus shooting 29% from three in the finals. Like all the 4 games, 29%. And remember, Gabe Vincent, we were talking about him being a leading scorer and Strus showing up against the Celtics. So this has been the issue. The Heat just don't score enough, guys. You're playing one of the higher scoring teams in the league in Joker and Jamal Murray, and their role players are playing way better right now than the Heat, and then the Heat are just not scoring enough. So where does that come from? And this is why I need a hero. He's coming back at least tonight to try to play. Mike, that's 20 points. He averaged, what did he hit? 203 3-pointers in the regular season. If he can play anywhere close to what he did, Tyler Hero, that may be the infusion of offense they need.
So we'll see if this dude's going to go. I thought for sure he was going to play in Miami. I thought for sure Game 3 that would be it, but they didn't give him the clearance. No clearance, Clarence, so he's not going to go. Meanwhile, as we said, just not knowing who's going to be that guy, unless you feel that one night, a guy that we really haven't heard from as far as, and I guess maybe at this stage of his career, it's just too much to ask for. Kyle Lowry's averaging 11.2 in the postseason.
37 or 8.
Yeah, he's just not that dude. He's just not that guy.
Yeah.
And if you look, I'm just punching up his game log here. Yeah, he just, unfortunately, the biggest night he's had in this series was 13 in the loss the other night. So that's not a source of scoring. And then we mentioned Denver's got all these guys. And I think also the Denver bench got confidence when Joker had to sit with the 5 fouls because they started making shots. I think that's going to buoy them to go take it. And you know what Michael Malone is saying? Let's go. Let's not screw around. Finish them off tonight. We'll have the parade this week.
All right. Let me ask you this because I don't know how you feel about Joker. Is he the best player in the league right now?
Well, I mean, this goes back to...
Is he?
What is your metric? If you're going for pure scoring and results, well, he's about to win the championship. I'd say, yeah. You want flash, you want above the rim, you want a guy who can pop out for a three-point shot, who cares? This guy is doing it. He's doing everything. He's playing basically the point from the center position. So I would say, yes, the 2 MVPs, because I didn't watch a lot of it in the bubble. Not everybody saw.
Right.
And now I think everybody in America knows what this guy's about.
So it's wrong for me to tell you he's better than Giannis? It's wrong for me to tell you that he's better than Luka? I'm just telling you guys. If you're going to just debate this and say, well, no, there's no way Joker's a really good player, but he's not the best player in the league. 5-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA,
right.
2-time MVP, and potentially about to be an NBA champion. And he's just starting. I mean, like, Mike, I don't know what more credentials you would need to say that this guy is arguably not the best player in the league. And I get it. You want to say Jason Tatum. Okay, I hear you. You want to talk about Booker and all these other guys. I think this guy's the best player.
I always felt, like Steve Nash, if you know basketball, Steve Nash did some amazing things. But there were a lot of people who felt because the NBA was looking for an identity that they kind of forced the Nash agenda for his MVPs.
Two, back to back.
Yeah, and he was good. Look, I'm not saying I subscribe to that theory, but there were a lot of guys who couldn't wrap their heads around Nash being the MVP. Now when you see Joker, as we said, the casual fan, like my wife who watches 10 NBA games a year going, wow, guy looks like he's everything's coming easy to him, like he's in slow motion and everything else he's getting it done. That's how he makes the game look. The greatest athletes in the world, and this guy's just out there doing his thing unconventionally as the big man who can handle the basketball.
Steve Nash only averaged 19 points a game, but he shot 50% from the field, Mike. So he made half his shots the year he won the MVP, and then his free throw percentage was like 93%. Okay.
How many assists? He must have
11.
had, yeah.
11 a game. So he was named the MVP with a second year in a row. This was the second year, but I'm just saying, like, it's not always about averaging 35. His impact and those Suns teams are really good, and I agree. The one was cool, but you ask anybody that played in the NBA during that time period, they were like, "Steve should have won too. Come on." Like, they'll tell you.
Yeah, and that's why I use that argument, because a lot of guys felt like there was somebody that the fix was in, because I think that you just made the argument. He was doing more than just simply what the box score would tell you. Harden won an MVP in 2018. Would you ever consider James Harden the greatest player in the sport?
No.
Who do you want in crunch time? I'll take Steph Curry. Russell Westbrook won it one year. Giannis back-to-back, Joker. Now Joel Embiid got it. And you could argue that Joel Embiid, I hate the MVP because it's so subjective, because every year LeBron could have won it. Every year Kobe could have won it. And that's another thing. Some people say, remember, Kobe was on ice because they had the sexual stuff in Denver or in Colorado. And I've always felt that there was an agenda to push Nash. Let's have another face.
Yeah.
Because Kobe was basically on timeout for any postseason award, even though he's still one of the best players on the planet.
He was crushing people that year. I mean, he was taking his frustrations out on the court. For those of you who don't remember.
You feel me on that?
Oh,
right?
he was killing people. Mike, and here's the thing. Steve Nash was really good. And we're just bringing this up because if Denver wins tonight, there will be this debate about whether or not Joker's the best player. He's the best player. Steve Nash, in the 04-05 year, the first year he won it, he shot 43% from three. Mike, what did Trae Young shoot this year? What did Trae Young shoot in his best year from three-point land? I'm just putting this in perspective. Right. And we think Trae is a great
37, 38%?
Keep going. It's lower.
Oh, 36?
43% from three, and he hit 50% from the field. Steve Nash wasn't getting all layups. Those are from around inside of the key, outside the key. Those were critical numbers. Then the next year, he came back and shot 51% from the field, hitting half his shots, guys, and 43.9% from three. So he was shooting a blank out of it.
Yeah, Trae's best year was 21-22 2 years ago. That was 38.2 from three.
And Nash, in his MVP year, shot 43 from three. Just telling you, he was balling.
Right.
So, and the first year was 13 or 12 assists. The next year it was 11 or 12.
Because when you look at it now, do you feel, and we all know in all major sports, your most valuable player is the regular season. But now, if you look at the run Miami got, wouldn't you put Jimmy Butler in that conversation?
Well, I thought, these are the two best guys. That's why their teams are there. The problem is, again, I just think Joker's getting more from his role guys than Jimmy is. And if Jimmy got Strus and Gabe Vincent and these other guys to play up to their capability as they have all season, we might be talking about the Heat being up 3-1. But because they're not, this is why I said, Mike, if he pulled this off, who else wins an NBA championship with 7 undrafted guys?
Yeah. And when you look at this team, Miami, as we said, if Hero was healthier, this thing would go 7 games. But that's asking a lot from Hero. And Hero, by the way, for all the things which you're trying to project him to do, he's had some inconsistent, streaky moments, too, in his career.
He very much has.
By the way, guys, have you seen the viral picture of Luka?
No, what's going on? Don't tell me he's put on weight.
No.
What?
He looks like he could go play in MLS. He dropped about, I'd say, a good 25, 30 pounds.
Well, somebody had a conversation with him because listen, somebody's got to talk to Zion. All right, for all that it's worth.
Well, he's keeping himself in shape. Zion's doing a lot of stuff in the offseason.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
he's doing everything but.
Some would say it's the best thing for muscle tone.
Yeah, well, for about 30 seconds. But you know what? Seriously, remember Luka? I think it was before last season he came in and said, I'm not in the best shape. He owned it. But if you're going
and he looked it.
Yeah, but if you're going to be great and you're going to last, that's the thing about LeBron. Everybody can talk about LeBron. This dude's been immaculate shape for 20 years.
And James Harden has looked like the guy who does not look like a professional athlete for many times in his career.
Win the club will do that for you, Mike. Hey, man, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
But this is why whenever we get into postseason awards for any sport, Heisman, it's so subjective. There's so many variables in the equation. But to your point, you combine all the numbers with what he's doing. And it's a two-man gang. He does have a Robin. He's got a Pippen. He's got Jamal Murray. But this guy is the greatest player right now on the planet.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
And listen, a lot of people, okay, I said Embiid was the MVP. A lot of people said, listen, they're not going to give it to Joker 3 years in a row because Magic or Bird or Michael or LeBron never got it 3 years in a row, and you could have gave it to him every year. We're not going to do that for Joker. So they give it to Embiid. But a lot of people think he could have won it this year.
I'm with you.
All right, man.
And that's why writers are terrible people.
Coming up, we'll talk to Grant McCauley. Oh, if you don't have haters, you're not popping. And the Braves are popping.
your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Let's talk some Braves with Grant McCauley, and our Braves are hot. Great homestand, and Grant, I want to start with what we saw in this series because you got a little bit of everything. But Elder, 5 earned runs yesterday, worst start of the season, 5-run 6th inning. And, you know, I'm not concerned because going into Sunday, what do you have, a 2.26 ERA? But I'm curious to know what you think about his start. And, you know, again, they snap our win streak.
Yeah, I think as much as anything, what I saw from Bryce Elder and just listening to his comments after the game, it was just sometimes you're going to have a start where you just don't feel altogether that sharp. He said it was poor command, poor execution of pitches, and ultimately, even if you're talking about a lineup like the Washington Nationals that doesn't have as much firepower as some of the others that he has faced this year, it's still big league hitters, and that third time through that order can be pretty perilous. And unfortunately for him, it was definitely that on Sunday. But I think he's done such a nice job of, once again, he pitched into the 6th inning. That's certainly important, but things obviously went sideways. So, you know, we can kind of, hope for better results the next time out. But I think he's capable of making his adjustments. In the last couple of outings, he's gotten hurt a little bit by the home run ball. Of course, against the Mets, it was the Pete Alonso home run that kind of set off a whole firestorm of fun for the Braves on the recent homestand. But we'd like to see Bryce Elder kind of get back to that quality start machine he had been prior to that.
Yeah, were you surprised that they didn't have somebody ready to go that inning? I know Yates eventually did get in the game, but I was I guess I was so conditioned now with the pitch count getting up there that they may have gone earlier and given the hook.
Not really. I feel like, you look more so at Jared Schuster as a guy that even if he is at the 70 or so pitch mark and going into the 6th inning, that you might want to have somebody ready because I feel like some innings have started to kind of get away from him that third time through. But I feel like Bryce Elder's kind of earned that opportunity. But I think you also need to kind of go start by start and look inside of that start and kind of see where the trends were. And yesterday might have been the strongest case to perhaps think about that 5-inning hook, but I can understand as well, you're expecting the offense to do a little bit more than beat 2-0 after the first 2 hitters and then go silent for the rest of the game. So I think there was a few things that went wrong, and, ultimately it didn't score enough, and the Nationals figured out a way to get to Bryce Elder, but I don't know that I'm necessarily of the mind that he needs to be somebody that you have a really quick hook on because he's just done so much for the Braves this year.
We're talking with Grant McCauley. Grant, as we look today, and I think it's a little bit of a surprise, but I'm happy because it means we're getting the recognition we deserve. Ronald Acuna, the leading vote getter over Shohei Ohtani. When you talk about the All-Star game, what's it say and speak to the kind of season that Ronald Acuna is having? Acuna for life!
Exactly. It's just he does things that amaze people because it's not just one thing or one area where he excels. It's the all-around game, the energy that he brings to the Braves lineup and to anybody that tunes into a Braves game. You're going to see something special. And this is a kid that he's must-watch television every time he comes to the plate. Doesn't mean he's going to hit a home run every time. Doesn't mean every time he gets on he's going to be able to steal a couple of bases. But you never know what could happen when Ronald Acuna Jr. is locked in. And for this season, if there was any question, any lingering doubt whatsoever about who's the real Ronald Acuna Jr., is it the guy we saw before the knee injury or after? He's answered that many times over at this point, and the world of baseball, I think, has taken notice of that. So it says a lot for the high regard that fans hold him in, quite obviously, because this is fan voting. A lot of Braves fans are going to be involved in that, but that's not the whole vote total, I can tell you that. So it's very interesting to see this first update come with not only Ronald Acuna Jr. at the top of all of Major League Baseball as the number 1 vote getter, only man to surpass 1 million at the first update, but you've also got Sean Murphy as the top catcher in the National League, and Orlando Arcia is leading all National League shortstops. A pretty interesting little update for us. And in second place in their respective positions, Austin Riley and Ozzie Albies have a pretty strong case to make as well.
Vote early, vote often, vote Braves. Hey, we were talking earlier, Grant, about the disparity. You just brought up Orlando Arcia. Ironic, or maybe not so much, because if you're a Mets fan, you're just used to all sorts of ironies. But the guy who's leading, Francisco Lindor, is making $32 million less than Francisco Lindor.
Yeah, I saw your tweet a little bit earlier, and I hadn't really thought about it that way, but I have looked, and we talked about it ahead of the Mets series. I mean, when you look at reasons why maybe the Mets offense is so stagnant, Francisco Lindor got off to a really nice start. Then he just fell off a cliff. And, last year was a pretty solid year for Lindor, but it wasn't up to the standard of the guy who was, I felt like, establishing himself as a superstar in baseball over the first 4 or 5 years he was in Cleveland. I know some injuries have kind of, ate away at some of his effectiveness over a couple of seasons, but I feel like he's healthy now, and he's a guy that can run. He can play great defense. He can hit home runs, but he's just had more trouble getting on base, particularly hitting his way on base. And the Mets put $340 million, I believe, into this guy, so they're going to need to see more out of that. And I'm just kind of surprised in the way that things have gone for Lindor since he was traded over to New York. It just really felt like he was on the verge of becoming one of the, at least 10 best players in baseball in any given year. And I don't really feel like you could make a compelling argument that Francisco Lindor is one of the 10 best players in baseball right now. And I think when you get to something as subjective as fan voting, they're going to notice that too.
Grant, Detroit's not good. As a matter of fact, they're 0-9 in June. We're 7-2, but we can't take these guys for granted, right? I mean, you still got to go up and handle your business.
You can't take any team for granted. I think if we carry anything out of the last road trip as a good example of that, the Oakland Athletics series was not one to write home about. And so you don't roll into Detroit. I mean, Oakland was on an 11-game bender before they got right against the Braves with 2 out of 3. Yeah, Detroit's lost 9 in a row. They don't have Riley Green right now. He has, I believe, a stress reaction in his leg, so he's going to be out for a couple of months. He was a very exciting young hitter, but otherwise highlights are few and far between for that Detroit team. But you got to go up there, concentrate on winning the day, winning a series. Brian Snitker says it time and again, to the point where even if it sounds, redundant, the cliches are that for a reason, because, there's some truth in those, and that's just kind of how the Braves operate. So no Sunday night baseball across the country trip that might have had them jet lagged facing the A's in that first game. This should be rolling into Detroit, handling your business, and then moving right on to the next game, and then ultimately coming right on back home to face the Colorado Rockies for 4 later this week.
We looked it up. It's Charlie Morton. They replaced a guy named Undecided with Mason Englert.
That means they haven't decided, Mike.
Please, Carl. That's not how you pronounce it. Anyway, what do you know about Mason? I'll put you on the spot, Grant. What can you tell us about right-hand pitcher Mason Englert?
I can't tell you a whole lot because I've yet to watch him pitch, and I would imagine that I'm probably not in the minority. But it just kind of goes to show you, when you're saying, all right, well, this guy, or you go from to be announced to somebody you've never heard of. Right. It's just kind of part and parcel to the kind of season that the Detroit Tigers are having. They're having trouble getting 26 guys to kind of pull the rope at the same way or in the same direction at the same time. And that is why you end up in a 9-game losing streak. But you never know with some of these guys that you haven't faced before, if it can be effective over, 3, 4, 5 innings, and maybe they're able to cobble together something in the bullpen. You just need to make sure that Charlie Morton is just doing his thing so that the Braves offense can do its thing. But I do not have a deep scouting report on Mason Englert.
All right, man. Grant, as we talk about the Braves, I want to ask you about the clubhouse chemistry. You're in there all the time. Mike and I had put out a poll question today at Dukes and Bell 929. We were talking about, liking your teammates. I think it matters. I think these guys play for each other. And the crazy thing is, this. Like, we lose Freddie. We know what Freddie was. We lose Dansby. We know what Dansby was. And this team may be better. This may be a better group. So what does it say about the clubhouse chemistry and the makeup of this team?
I think it's the exact thing I was just saying about having 26 guys who are all pulling that rope in the same direction at the same time. This is what the Braves have been, and they've been this way for a while. And I think that while you can look at Freddie Freeman, and justifiably so, as somebody who was kind of the face of the franchise for about a decade, and you can look at Dansby Swanson as somebody who established himself as a steady leader for this team in the absence of Freddie a year ago. But even in that, and I think more so once Freeman left, you kind of looked at this is kind of the sum of the parts rather than just what are the individuals, and who's the guy leading this charge. The Braves are very much a cohesive unit. And I asked Brian Snitker about this in particular, and I'll have a piece coming out in the Marietta Daily Journal on Wednesday about the Braves have done such a great job with their culture and their accountability man to man that it's something that so many other clubs, I mean, not to pick on the Mets, but you can spend all the money you want on all the talent that you want. But if the guys and it doesn't click and you deal with injuries and all the other stuff that all the clubs do, there's just something to be said for having the continuity that the Braves have man-to-man in that clubhouse on top of the talent that seems to be an X factor for this club. It's set from the top, from Brian Snitker through the coaching staff and then to a man in that clubhouse. Even hearing a guy like Jesse Chavez talking on Saturday about how the bullpen, we have to set the camaraderie in this clubhouse. We take that out onto the field with us, and we take that into the game. That's how we have success, and I think that that's how the Braves really do go day to day, game to game, and manage to keep things in such a great perspective.
And Grant, just to take it back to Friday, there was no letdown after the big emotional, sweep of the Mets. What do you think of A.J. Smith-Shawver's first start?
I thought it was a very good first step for him, and I feel like if as much as anything for a young pitcher, being able to work his way into the sixth inning, being able to limit the amount of walks, only 2 of those, only 3 hits allowed. If a couple of plays were made behind him, he might have been tossing shutout ball into the sixth inning. It was just 2 unearned runs. I thought that he utilized all of his pitches. I know that he can throw in the mid-90s pretty regularly, but he kept it around that 93, 94 for a lot of that start. Sometimes just making sure that you're dialed in and, dotting the I, so to speak, is where you want to be. So I thought it was a good first step for him. I think as he gets more comfortable, he's going to be able to kind of expand maybe a little bit with what he does and attack lineups different ways and just learn on the job. And I feel like, and he said this before that start as well, it's nice to have been up a little while to kind of learn from these guys, get to know these guys, and then go out there and get that first start under his belt. It looked good, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next one.
Grant, great job. We'll talk to you tomorrow. We'll see what we do against these Tigers. And good work, man. Good stuff on Sunday as well on the show.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And if anybody missed it, you can check out From the Diamond wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, guys. That's Grant McCauley, Braves Insider, talking about our Braves. We're in first place. Guy hit me up earlier. He's like, man, be careful. Don't say it's over. We're not saying it's over.
The Mets guys are saying it's over.
We're telling you we're playing really well right now, and all these teams are chasing us, and they got work to do. And the Mets, if you would have told me, Mike, with all the money they spent, they'd be 10 games out on June 12th.
Right.
Come on.
And by the way, we were the guys chasing those guys. They were killing us. We were 10 games back last year at this time. How about that?
All right, guys, more to get to. We're going to talk to one of our winners that's going to be at our Father's Day dinner tomorrow. Michael Foster's a big 92.9 The Game listener. Dukes and Bell, we appreciate Michael. He's going to actually, we're going to talk to him about 20 minutes from now. Just get a sense of, tomorrow and his excitement, because we're excited to meet all of the listeners who participated and won in our Father's Day dinner contest over at Buckhead Butcher Shop. But when we come back, we'll get to headlines and tell you the latest stories around the world of sports on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. You guys may remember 2017. It was a Thursday. I remember it well. I think you were gone.
I was. I had just had vocal cord surgery.
I think you were gone.
Yeah, it was right around St. Patrick's Day weekend when we had the big 85-75 collapse.
Yes, and the crazy thing about this particular day, similar situation to what happened in Philly, which we'll talk about, but there was a fire underneath the interstate, Interstate 85. And I remember, Mike, literally like right now, it was 6 o'clock, and people start texting us on our text line, what's going on 85? Do you know the deal? And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? And we started talking about it because then, boom, the news came on, and we've got breaking news TVs in here for breaking news, and we're watching this fire and this collapse, and I'm like, I'm not getting home tonight. Like, that was the first thing in my mind, and I remember leaving the station and the traffic here in Midtown because a lot of people, obviously the connector, it was nuts, and it took me about an hour to get out of the Midtown area to try to get on the Cobb Parkway and back up towards Cobb, but it was absolutely insane. And then this weekend we see what happened in Philly.
Yeah, now obviously not a good idea to have some folks that are don't have homes with access to flames near stuff that's flammable under a bridge. Lesson learned by Georgia DOT. So about 43 days, for those who don't remember, back in to Carl's point, back in March of 17, it was just over a month and a couple days to get the job done. 43 days. They're saying in Philly, and it's kind of funny. They're looking. Guess what? The idiots down here in Atlanta, we're not so stupid. They're saying it might take 3 months to get this thing fixed.
Wow.
That's 4 lanes of interstate.
Yeah.
I mean, northbound on the most traveled interstate in the country, obviously, but one of the major thoroughfares in the Northeast.
Our guys got it done, didn't they?
43 days.
I mean, our guys got it done.
Had a schedule. So anyway, I was just talking to Carl because we were going to save this for Guy Talk tomorrow. And I was reading a story. I'm reading a website called Crossing Broad in Philadelphia. They go, we're going to set the over-under at 3.5 months for these idiots to get this thing done.
It was crazy. Yeah.
And we'll see.
And I forget, because, again, it seems like forever ago, but in 17, it was something, what caught on fire underneath our bridge?
So you had, there was some homeless folks, and there was some fires there, and there was the DOT had stored some stuff around there.
That's what it
that
was.
was flammable, which again, in hindsight, probably not the best plan, but neither here nor there. The governor of Pennsylvania, for what it's worth, Josh Shapiro, says they expect it to take a few months. So, I mean, this is the governor saying this. So as in more than 1 month. As in, you got to get moving. Pardon the pun. Light a fire on this one and get the job done. Because I can't even imagine how they're going to do it. Now, for those who remember, for those 43 days, you would make all sorts of, detours through Cheshire Bridge and all the way, all the ways around over the Lazy Dog to get it done. Yeah, they said the governor of Pennsylvania says, quote, with regards to the 95 roadway, we expect it to take some number of months. Woo! So let the record reflect. The yokels down here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
We're a bunch of nitwits. According to ESPN, we lost our all-star game because we're all a bunch of morons and all that. We got it done in 43 days. Okay, Philly, ball's in your court.
Yeah. That you can't sit on that for 6 months. It's just
3 months.
I heard
that's got to be. They need to be working on this now.
Now the detour, Mike, apparently was a 40-mile detour to go out to get around to wherever you needed to go. It was like 40 miles. I'm not doing that every day. Like if I'm in Philly, I'm not doing that every day. But,
somebody call Hugh Douglas.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know. I wonder how this affects his commute. Remember, though, he couldn't find a place to live because he didn't want to pay the prices of what they're paying up there in Philly.
But how many people saw that, and the first thing you thought of was obviously what we went through back in March of 17.
Yeah, absolutely. It was that was a crazy day, man. And we were lucky, too. Nobody got hurt. Nobody got hurt in this as well. All right, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to talk to one of our most loyal listeners, Michael Foster, here coming up in less than 10 minutes. He's one of the winners for our Father's Day dinner at Buckhead Butcher Shop, which we'll do tomorrow. Mike and I are going to do the show from over there. And then afterwards, we'll be there hanging out and enjoying the dinner with our listeners. A private event, by the way, guys. So if you're thinking, I'm just going to show up, you're not. But we want to thank everybody that sent in these entries and told us why you wanted to hang out with us. So Michael's one of those guys. We'll talk with him in just a little bit. Day, let's get to the top 3.
It's time for the top 3 at 6.
Top 3 at 6. Now let's see what we have here.
Well, we've been talking a lot about our Braves, and rightfully so. Mike, Friday, dub. You talked about Sharver, 5 1/3 innings, 3 runs. Arcia drives in the go-ahead run. Saturday, it was Acuna and Ozuna. 2 home runs. Man, Ozuna's playing well.
You guys still want to trade Ozuna? Well, you couldn't trade him anyway. It was impossible. You guys want to just eat the $60 million left and just go. Look, we said this a million times. I understand the guy's made some dumb mistakes off the field. He, without sin, Carl, throw the first rock. The guys in that clubhouse dig the dude. He was a shoulder to cry on for Michael Harris. Told him the right stuff. He's a baseball player, okay? He's not here to cure cancer. He's here to hit baseball. And this guy's doing a really good job. And let's be honest, he's turned a situation that just about 2 months ago was about as untenable as there is in Major League Baseball to now a guy you're hoping keeps on doing what he's doing all the way to hopefully the pennant chase.
8-game hitting streak for Ozuna. He hit 091 in April. That is why you wanted to trade him. That is why we were getting it every day. We got to get rid of this guy.
Right. Well, because when you're hitting 091, you're getting a DUI. A lot of Braves fans very judgmental.
All right.
I'm Ozuna from the Braves.
June, he hits his OPS, slugging and on base. It's over 1,100. He's crushing it. If it's anything close to 950, you're having a good year. He's crushing it in the month of June, Mike. 11 of 28. 393 average. Last month it was 297. Just giving you the numbers, man. Just look at the numbers. That's what Ozuna is doing. Let's hear from Austin Riley talking about this homestand. Remember, last week we overcame deficits of at least 3 runs in a series with the Mets to win all of those games.
Yeah, no, it was great, especially coming off from, Oakland and then going to Arizona and taking 2 from them and then coming back. And obviously that Mets series was awesome. And taking, 2 from Washington. These are big league clubs, so anytime you can take a series is always positive.
All right, what's your worry? What's your concern? What's your worry and your concern?
Real quick, look at the numbers, part 2. We are number 2 in all of baseball in on-base percentage plus slugging.
All right.
Only the Rays are better than us. So that would say we're the second best team in baseball, right, as far as 1 through 9, right?
Yes.
We got to get pitching, okay? And hopefully teams start to fall away because of the expanded playoffs. I get it. A lot of leverage for certain teams. I need to go get frontline pitching. I need Liberty Media to let Alex Anthopoulos not go to Filene's basement. I got to go to Macy's. I got to go to Macy's for this Nordstrom's, not Nordstrom Rack, Nordstrom's. And I got to go get starting pitching, which is going to be here. And again, if it's a rented pitcher, so be it. But better than Jake Oda freaking Reezy, okay? And hopefully a bit better than maybe Dallas Keuchel was a few years ago. We need better pitching because this team is built to win the World Series. Acuna, you've touched on MVP candidacy. You got bench hitting. You got everything 1 through 9. You need more pitching.
I want another parade.
And let's do it. This team is poised. I just gave you, look at the numbers. It's us and Tampa Bay. It's the Rangers, the Dodgers, Diamondbacks. We're one of the 5 best teams in baseball. Let's not make it to the point the texture brought up earlier where we have 1 championship out of how many years? This is potentially 6 division titles in a row. We got to go grab the brass ring, Carl. That means more pitching.
All right, let's talk about Boom Yakamakis because Atlanta United was able to pick up a dub. They won't play this weekend, guys. The next time they'll play is the following Wednesday. I think it's the 21st. Mike and I will be there at Mercedes-Benz Stadium doing the show down there, hanging out. But, Mike, Gonzalo Pineda came on our show Friday and said, it's a must win, and they took care of business.
His words.
Robinson now on the right side. He'll go over the top again for Yakamakis. Miller way off his line and misses Yakamakis and shoots. Scores! Boom, Yakamakis! From an incredibly tough angle. Yorgos Yakamakis with his 10th goal in the year. Knocking on the door of the Golden Boot lead. It's 1-0 Atlanta United.
As we told you earlier, we talked with our buddy Jason Longshore. He is the fastest Atlanta United player to score 10 goals in the games that he's played this year. He's a finisher. And we talked about what was the difference between Joseph. Well, pretty simple, Carl. First off, he's bigger. And he's got that physicality and the ability to get in there and finish. Not a knock on Joseph. He's just a different style of player. But when he's on and he's out there, good things are happening.
Yeah, Almeida has 9 assists. That's also topping the league as far as the team is concerned. Here's the thing, though. Araujo, Mike, he's leaving after June 24th. We know this. I think I got to give credit to Gonzalo Pineda. He played other guys. Caleb Wiley, Derek Etienne. These guys started left wing, right wing. More importantly, Wolf came off the bench. Mike, he's looking to the future. He is not caught up in Araujo being here for just a few more weeks and saying, hey, I know I'm going to lose him to Brazil. Right. I'm going to play him anyway. He talked about it on our show. Go listen to the interview. He said, literally, I'm contemplating what I'm going to do, and then he did this.
So, again, the manager says that you had 4 draws in a row, you get a win, you're back to 5th in the standings. Our boy Brad Guzan, with the exception of 1 bad turnover, which has nothing to do with Brad. Brad looks solid. So, great job, man. Good win. And this team is just, like, again, this is what we were talking about on Friday with the coach. Get back to that old kind of United, the style. Maybe, Carl, we're just going to have to take the lumps The turnovers drive you crazy. Perhaps that's something he's going to address. Garth Lagerwey at the Knicks trade window for MLS.
I will say this: they at least got VRA right. Mike.
VAR, yeah.
VAR. Excuse me. They got that right because usually it doesn't go in our favor
historically.
And when I watched it back to see what I thought, I was like, that looks good. The Wolf goal in the 73rd minute, it really put it out of reach for them to even try to make an attempt to come back. But they got it overturned, and Gonzalo Pineda ends up getting a yellow card out of that, which I thought was great because he needed to. The official was like, oh.
Right.
All right, man, let's talk about the NBA Finals. Jimmy Butler's pretty convinced that, hey, we can get back in this.
We didn't come this far to stop playing now, no matter what the odds are, the analytics. When we get out there, we just got to compete. We got to win one, and then we got to win another one, and then we got to win another one.
Well, he's not lying, Coral. That's what it's going to take. Down 3-1. Last time they played in Denver, they got a really good effort from their bench, and they were really hustling. And Denver kind of sleptwalked. I just don't see Denver putting that effort out tonight. I think Denver closes them out, even if Tyler Hero does play.
Yeah, listen, I need a hero. He could be the spark they need. He is a 20-point-a-night guy, but he hadn't played in forever. I don't know what you're getting with Tyler Hero tonight. Like, he could be great. He could be very rusty. They need their role players to step up. The Struces and the Vincents, they need those guys to play well if they're going to make this a series. Because if you win tonight, it does give you confidence to go back home. But the problem is Denver just showed you they can go on the road and win. So, and by the way, the one game that the Heat won, again, they split the first two games, they were never really in control in that game. I thought Denver fell apart late in that game.
Right. Game 2 was the one where Denver they were losing. Big run, got up big. Miami battles back. Like Denver took their foot off the gas. And that's why Malone gave one of those speeches. They're soft.
They're soft.
And had to get them back in action. Look, this is not a knock on Jimmy Butler. He just doesn't have the support. You don't know where the consistent scoring is. As we said, it reminds you a little bit if you're Trae Young with the Hawks. You just don't know who's going to pop on that lineup. You do know who's going to do it for Denver. It's going to be Jamal Murray. And then when Joker went out, because of the foul trouble in Miami, other guys really stepped up, and now they maybe have the confidence to do it again.
Coming up, wait till you hear what Kirby Smart had to say about how he defines success. We're also going to talk to Michael Foster, one of our winners for our 92.9 The Game Father's Day dinner at Buckhead Butcher Shop. We'll do it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
All right, the most important thing for us is you, your family. And you give us an opportunity to be a part of your day each and every day. You allow 92.9 The Game to be a part of your life. And Michael Foster is one of our winners to our Father's Day dinner at Buckhead Butcher Shop. And we are happy to have him on with us right now. Michael Foster, hey, man, what's going on?
Hey, man.
How you doing, Michael? Man, thank you so much for being a part of this. I don't know what you put in your entry. I'm just curious, like, why do you want to hang out with us, man? Why do you want to hang out with the personalities of 92.9 The Game?
Oh, man, because I feel like I keep y'all with me every day. When I go to work, y'all are part of my routine.
Well, we are blessed in that way that you allow us to be a part of your life. I always say this to Mike, like, if we can get somebody to listen just 15 minutes, just 15 minutes, that's all we need.
Or 5 hours we prefer.
It's great.
No pressure, Mike.
So
I need the whole thing.
Well, so you wake up, you're listening to the morning shift, you're hearing Stakey, you get into the middays with Andy and Randy, and then you stay on for us, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you do? What do you do for a living, man?
I'm an electrician for the IBEW.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Okay.
The Brotherhood. That's awesome, man. So
Yes, sir.
Father's Day, we talk so much about, parents and the connection with sports. Do you have one of those in the times either with your family and great moments in sports?
Yeah, me and my dad, he got me into all types of sports from the beginning at a young age. And, it got to the point where I surpassed him. I kind of annoy him trying to get him to watch the game. But, yeah, man, we definitely love the sports.
So let's talk about our teams before we let you go, because we're going to get a chance to hang out with you tomorrow. Michael Foster, one of our winners here for our 92.9 The Game Father's Day dinner over at Buckhead Butcher Shop. Our friends at Buckhead Butcher Shop obviously sponsor our Tailgate at Home, hashtag Dukes and Bill Tailgate at Home, and have been a big, integral part of that. So what do you think about where the Falcons are doing, first of all? Give me your Falcons take. I want to know.
And I like what we got going on. I think Arthur Smith has a vision. I think he's an underrated coach, but I like what we're doing. I think we'll be pretty successful this year.
And then the Braves. Do you think, like Mike and I, we're starting to believe like this could be a World Series year, man? I mean, the way things are going, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but how do you feel about our Braves?
Man, the Braves looking great. Even though we've been having our struggles in the rotation, for us to still have the record and carry on the way we have been and to have that guy out in right field, I think we got a pretty good shot at it.
Cool. And then there's the Hawks, man. We've always got 15,000 plans. How are we going to fix the Hawks? What would you do with the Hawks?
Man. And we got to work on talent evaluation, man. Seeing the big picture out of some of these guys and seeing how everybody actually fits together. Right. And I definitely think we need some veteran leadership off the bench. At least teach these guys how to be NBA players.
Fair enough, man. Listen, we got we got a lot of moves to make, a lot of stuff to talk about. Michael, we look forward to seeing you in person tomorrow. Michael Foster, thank you for listening and making us a part of your day, man. Tell your friends. We always say that. Tell your friends. But we'll see you tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I look forward to it. You guys enjoy.
Thank you, man.
Anything you want under $15, it's on Carl.
And Mike's buying the drinks. All right. He's one of 5 winners that are going to be there tomorrow. And again, I think all the personalities will be there. So we're going to have a lot of fun and chopping it up and having some good times.
And what's the dress code?
Good question.
Chris, I heard Randy talking about that today. It was described as like a sort of a fun casual, business casual.
Business casual. So, basically just don't look like a slob.
Thank you.
Do I have to tuck my shirt in? I've kind of gone to, Carl and I joke around about this, I've kind of gone to like the Vegas middle-aged guy uniform now, which is T-shirt, blazer, jeans.
Yeah.
It kind of works for me. And we have to tuck the shirt in.
I think you'll be fine with that.
Okay, good.
All right. Yeah, I have no idea. But like I said, the fashion is what you make it, Mike.
Correct. So why don't we wear Bermuda shorts and a sport coat?
I was going to say, it's whatever you make.
Carl and I are going to dress like boys to men tomorrow night.
You never know. You never know what you're going to get.
You wear what you would wear to have a meal off of a stripper. How about that?
Now,
then that's literally anything.
Now, Chris is a good producer. We got a reference. Earlier today in Guy Talk, we talked about Kanye West's 46th birthday party, taking a page. This was big back in the day. And then a lot of folks said, really, you're doing this in 23? He had women naked with the sushi being served on top of the women.
Well, it is an attraction. But I mean, it's not. But it's not like they didn't get paid for this.
No,
That's the thing.
And by the way, there were like things in the private area, so it wasn't like there'd be a hygienic issue and be worried about like the cooties and all that. I mean, it was done tastefully. To some.
Pun intended.
I was going to say, nice mix of words there.
Others saying not so. Well, people are getting on Kanye. What do you want? What do you want? I mean, Kanye. Do you see the dress that he made for the design?
No, I didn't see it. Well, what he wore? You mean?
No, the wife. You see the outfit the wife was wearing a few weeks ago?
No, I didn't.
It looks like a cocoon. I mean, it makes no sense. Dude lost his damn mind. Makes no sense, but God bless.
Yeah, the whole thing, though, services rendered. I just want to say that, all right, for everybody who wanted to work this thing.
Consenting adults were paid to be the table.
Isn't it?
To be the serving
But
tray.
isn't it crazy, like we're talking about this in a way that we have to clarify? You know,
Well,
he had naked women serving sushi.
They were
and then
serving
we're like,
sushi
well, let
on
us
it.
explain. I mean, really?
Well, again, I told Carl we could have so much fun with this story 10 years ago, but now you got it's a mind doing sports talk radio, some of the subject matter. It's like you're on a tightrope over a minefield because all it takes is one Karen to call in and all hell breaks loose.
I can't believe you just said that. Hey, let's hear Kirby Smart, because Kirby was talking about how he defined success. Mike and I spent some time today on this expose from the AJC talking about all of the arrests and the citations that have been handed out at Georgia since Kirby got there in 2016. And I want to be clear about this. If you're just tuning in and you're like, what are you guys talking about? You can go check it out for yourself. AJC did an in-depth piece on this, and they got over 150 public records requests. They talked to numerous players, and we're talking again from 2016. So this is not this year. But if you add all of this up, it just it's a lot. It's a little bit overwhelming, and I don't know what it's like for other programs. Mike said it. I don't care about these other programs. I'm talking about Georgia because they are the reigning national champions. They're back-to-back national champions. But numerous times, guys, we're talking 60 times where guys were caught doing 30, 40, or even 100 miles per hour over the speed limit.
Yeah, and we said this earlier. I know like there's Georgia fans out there that don't want to hear anything about this, and I think you're doing a disservice to you as if you're spending time in Athens or driving to and from Athens. I think you should be a little concerned about what's going on the road. We have some guys who say, look, all high school, all college football players are doing this. Well, not necessarily. Again, as Carl said, I don't care what Auburn's doing or Tennessee. I'm just talking about the national champions here because obviously when you win more and you're the top of the mountain, more spotlight is thrown on you. And immediately I saw some of the comments on social media. Oh, here we go. It's a hatchet job from the AJC. Not the case. It's a good piece of journal. Like, they went and did the due diligence. They looked at it and they present the facts. And the facts are Kirby doesn't discipline these guys, or whatever he's disciplining them, they're not following. So as a Georgia fan, you want your team to be the best they can be. Yes, kids get speeding tickets, but then there's the way, Carl, that this thing's gone down. It's almost, I hate to use the phrase, it's an epidemic.
Yeah.
It's more than just the average dude. And yes, NIL, I get it. Kids have got access to cars that go faster. You can still kill yourself in a piece of crap car. Okay, so let's stop with that too.
All right, let's hear Kirby talk about, he went on a podcast, it's called The Growth Podcast, but I want to give them credit, but he was asked about defining success, and I just thought this was an interesting comment from Kirby, who is a great coach. Again, I don't think any of this, all right, is going to ultimately lead to anything except we've got to be better than what we've been doing. But with that said, here's what he said about how he defines success.
For me, will define what success is. I think, everybody has their own terms. I think about when I was a young coach and I said, okay, my goal in coaching is to be a defensive coordinator. And then at 24, I was a defensive coordinator at Valdosta State. And then I was like, okay, my goal is to be an SEC defensive coordinator. Okay. Then at 30, I don't know what I was, 32, I'm guessing. I don't know what it was, but somewhere around then I'm an SEC defensive coordinator. I'm like, well, I'm not aiming high enough, and then, okay, I decided I wasn't going to determine if I was successful, if I was ever head coach. I'm comfortable being a defensive coordinator, especially with the salaries and the pay that defensive coordinators were getting at that time. I don't have to be a head coach to define success for me. And then that happened, and that opportunity presented itself. Then it became, okay, well, I'm the Georgia head coach now. I'm comfortable if we have success and do this. We may never win a national title while I'm here, but I'm not going to declare my success or failures on whether or not you win a national title. Okay, well, now we've done that twice. So I try to keep it pretty general of, did we maximize and get the most out of what we were given?
And by the way, it's a really cool, bunch of comments. And you talk about learning, Carl, where you're at. The coaches that would harp on the negative, and Kirby saying you got to adjust and all that, and you move on. And he's doing it. Obviously, the record speaks for itself, but it is kind of fascinating to take it back to his time and all the other coaches on that staff at Valdosta State.
Yeah, and I love this, what he had to say there, because what he's telling you is, I love coaching and I love doing what I'm doing, The money is just a product of my success. I'm not chasing that. I'm not. If you would have told Kirby Smart when he was first year at Alabama, hey, 12 years from now, you're going to be making $100 million at Georgia and you're going to be the head coach, he would have said, there's no way. Like, you can't see that. You just do what you do. And I love his definition. Everybody's definition of success is different. It's not always about the loot. It's not always about clout or positioning. If you love what you do, man, and you're great at it, he's saying I would be a coach anywhere. And I love that, Mike. That's what I love about it.
I agree with Kirby. I mean, let's be honest. $100 million doesn't hurt, but
No,
I mean, it does make it a little more enjoyable. But it's kind of cool talking about spending time with his family and all the things, his perfect afternoons. There's some really cool stuff in the interview.
All right, guys, we got to get to tonight's last call. Mike and I were talking about fantasy bust earlier because you brought up the fact that I drafted David Johnson one year, and he was a bust.
It started with rumors that DeAndre Hopkins may be talking to the Patriots. He still hasn't found a place yet. Titans apparently going to have him out for a visit. But if you remember, Bill O'Brien was the coach and then de facto general manager for the Texans. He traded DeAndre Hopkins to the Cardinals for one of those one-sided terrible trades that resulted in you getting David Johnson. And, of course, we also killed you in a fantasy one year when he was with Arizona.
Yes, he did. So who's your all-time fantasy bust, all right? I know it's not time yet, but we're thinking about it and talking about it. Who's your all-time fantasy bust, the guy that just screwed you? Also,
zero production.
Zero. Do you want the Braves to get another starter? Mike is adamant about this. Are you fine with them riding the rookies? How do you feel?
Well, you can ride the rookies till the trade deadline, and you're going to bring in some guys that are better.
Do you want to see the Braves get another starter, or do you want to see them ride with the rookies? 404-726-0929. Last but not least, NBA Finals get in tonight. Mike, Hawks, should they look to make a big move? And if they are, what is it? What do you want to see them do? NBA season's almost over. It could be over tonight, and we could be talking about the Hawks making moves. What do you want that move to be? Who's your fantasy bust? Braves, do you want to get another starter, or you just want to ride it out? And what do you want to see the Hawks do once the season's over? It's our last call, 404-726-0929.
time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
All right, let's get to it. 404-726-0929. That is the number. And let's talk to you on our last call. Who's your all-time fantasy bust? You played fantasy football. You've drafted a guy. He did absolutely nothing for you.
I got to tell you, off the top of my head, you already mentioned David Johnson. Miles Sanders, a couple of years for me. But the big one for me is Le'Veon Bell.
Oh.
When he went to the Jets. Remember he sat out the year we talked about what an idiot move that was? Cost himself $30 million.
Yeah, he didn't do jack.
Yeah, Le'Veon Bell, just absolute hot guy. Plus, the Jets, it was funny. Like, they got the guy and they want to use him. It's like you drafted the guy, you spent the money on him, you signed him, and they didn't use him. Anyway, yeah, Le'Veon Bell killed me that year in 19.
That's a good call. Chris, you have one? You have a fantasy bust?
Last year, I took Russell Wilson.
Oh yeah. You know what? I did too.
Oh.
I moved on quickly. Quickly, I pivoted.
Wow. How long did that last? 6 weeks?
4 weeks I rolled the dice and I got out of there.
Yeah.
I saw it was coming.
All right.
Plus, the coach was a complete nitwit. He showed. Remember that game he was in Seattle? You realized he was completely out of his depth.
Clock management. All right, your all-time fantasy bust. Do you want to see the Braves get another starter, or are you fine with them riding with the rookies? Where are you at? Mike says, let's go get another starter. Want to know what you think.
Close to the trade deadline, but we got to get one.
All right, and then what do you want to see the Hawks do when the NBA Finals are done? What is the move you want to see them make? Let's start with Scott. Scott, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man. What's going on, Scott?
Hey, man.
What do you think? Your all-time fantasy bust?
2 seasons ago, my first 2 picks were Christian McCaffrey and Calvin Ridley. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, snap.
Suspension and hurt.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the Braves, man, we got to get another arm. Soroka would be a nice to have, but it doesn't look like he's got it. Max Fried is still TBD. We got to have an arm, man. We got to go all in. The bats, you can't expect to win 9-6 every week. For the Hawks, I know I'm in the minority here, but I just don't see this thing working out with Trey.
Okay.
So I think we just cut bait, see what we can get, and find some real dogs. We need guys who can score and be the face of the team, and that means being a leader.
Hey,
if you did, here's the rub, and I still think we got to build because I think he's turned the corner. I think everything's lined up, but it's hard to find those guys, Carl, that make sense. And we got to get the luxury tax. A lot of moving parts here. One thing for certain: if you did move on from Trey, you could, if you do it right, load up.
Yeah,
but then you're leaning on DeJounte Murray being the guy and hoping he doesn't walk away from you in a year.
No, that's true because he's got a chance to be a free agent after this next season.
Scott made that sound so easy, right? Nah, we'll just move on.
Well,
from Trey,
but he may
no
not.
big
But
deal.
he may not be the only one that feels this way. Listen. You're entitled to your opinion, and we let you have it on this show. But it's not what I want to do. But you're not the only one here telling me this. I hear it all the time about Trey because there's something about it, Mike, that people go, is he gonna get us over the top? Is he one of these guys that can get us over the top?
I just thought we were clamoring for that, that 2021 magic, the stuff against the Knicks and the Sixers, and for a minute they were against the Bucks. And I thought we got I know we didn't beat the freaking Heat. I mean, we didn't beat the Celtics, I should say. I mean, I know the drill. Okay, I know where we're at. But I just felt. Didn't you feel like we got some of it back?
I did.
Didn't you? And I felt if we had one more piece, I thought the Celtics were ripe for the picking. Those guys were mentally soft at times.
By the way, Mike, I just found your new favorite player in the NBA. Tyler Hero just walked into the gym wearing a NASCAR-style Bass Pro Shops jacket.
Ooh.
So he's going for 30 tonight.
All right, he's making a statement.
Yeah, he's flexing.
Not sure what that statement is, but he's trying to make one.
It's a fashion statement. Chief, you're up next. hey, man, what's going on, Chief?
What's going on, Chief?
Hey,
First
man.
of all, First of all, when it comes to the Hawks, the only move they need to make sure they make is getting rid of John Collins. That's it. You don't even worry about anything else. Just get rid of John Collins. Yeah. When it comes to the Braves, yes, we need a starter. And before I ask that last question, Dukes, last Friday, when you got in, you said something about Ritter and how much you need to throw for.
Yeah.
And I thought about it. And Mike's still right. We still need to, we just need to win. Anyway, where is Julio? That's my guy. Where is Julio?
Where is Julio? Fair enough. Yeah, Mike was talking about being a game manager. I don't want a game manager. I want Ritter throwing for 250, 350, 450, 550.
All right, well, then you and your PFF dudes who said he's going to go for 5, he's going to look like Drew Brees in his full year. Okay.
Yeah, right, and Chief, you know what? I don't want you to call it the Mike Steele, right? I thought about it. If you thought about it, you know he's not. What's going on, John Chuckery?
Not much. Let me ask you guys. I always got questions for you.
You're going to come in like a house of fire. I'll tell you what, Mike and Carl, high energy tonight on the radio, and another thing. And then you bring it, you go.
Yeah, I'm tired. So anyway, worked all day. So
what's going on?
Let me ask you guys a question. Any concerns about Charlie Morton? First 8 starts, 2.85 ERA, 4 homers given up. Last 4 homers given up, and a 6.13 ERA. Any concerns about Morton as he pitches tonight against a bad team?
Oh, you would think he would be dominant against a team that's as bad as the Tigers.
Yeah.
And when I say dominant, again, I'm not talking about a complete full game or anything. Give me 6 1/3, 7. That'd be great, and get out of there. Let's not put any extra pressure on the pen. This is a series we should just blow doors.
But to Chuckery's point, his game log is kind of roller coaster. He had a little rough patch to start, got good for a while, now a little rough patch.
He's giving up the home run ball again, though, the last 4 starts.
That's always been the problem.
All right, so if you're asking me the reason, do you think it's because of his age?
Well, I mean, can you hit a wall at 38? I mean, with as much as he's pitched? I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, I know you have bumps in the road when you're a starting pitcher, but the trend was going up, and now the roller coaster is on that down slope.
Well, Chuckery, if he is not going to be successful while these other guys are out, and you're telling me I'm relying on Sharver and Elder,
right?
This is a problem.
Right. I mean, that's why with the 3 guys they have, I mean, fair or unfair, they've got to pitch well. Like, they have to be consistently good for the 3 guys you have.
That's right.
I mean, because, again, you can't control the other stuff, but you got to be able to get those 3 guys on a night-to-night basis.
All right. He's going to talk about that and much more. Guest tonight as well, I'm assuming.
Torrey McElhaney and Felipe Cardenas.
All right. Nice. Stay right here.
Match on Saturday.
Stay right here. John Chuckery's got you coming up. Let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let Me Clear My Throat
on Sports Radio 92.9. The Game.
Hey, tomorrow he's back. Sal Licata. The NL East is over. Although this year he's changed his tune and he's saying the NL East is ours.
Well, at this time last year, the Braves were 10.5 games out. 10.5 games behind the New York Mets. As Leslie Nielsen would say, the shoe's on the other hand now.
Sal's going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour tomorrow. Brian Geltzeiler will talk NBA Finals. Is it over? Brian's going to stop by to talk about where this series goes. And it may be tomorrow. We may be talking about Joker being the MVP and the Nuggets winning their first NBA championship. Also tomorrow, Grant McCauley will join us as the Braves continue their series with the Detroit Tigers. Hey, Day behind the glass, Big Bo as well, running the board, our engineers. Thank you guys. Turtle behind the glass as well, our executive producer. By the way, Tyler Hero is going to play. Turtle was talking about it. He came into the arena tonight, little swag. We'll see if he is the spark for the Heat tonight.
They need it, yeah.
Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, you know me, I love race car racing, and it's one of the most unique events, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's kind of cool. You watch something? I stayed up as late as I could, fell asleep, wake up, and watch Corvette win in class for the first time now in about 8 years. Also, Ferrari. Now, you remember Ford versus Ferrari? As a factory team, they had privateers, guys who drive Ferraris, but as a factory team, they won the whole shebang for the first time in 50 years. Very entertaining, 24 Hours of Le Mans.
I'm just happy he's getting his respect. And I'm talking about Acuna for life. He leads all vote getters for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Even more than Shohei Ohtani, Dukes? Yes, even more than Shohei Ohtani. What does it say? It just says that he's as good as we think he is. He's as good as we've witnessed. And now other people around the country are realizing it. All I know is we're going to have 4 or 5, maybe even 6 Braves represented in this year's All-Star Game with the way things are going. But Acuna will be the number 1 guy. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
your team's pitcher was undecided about 2 hours ago.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hello.